Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whichever part of the world you are joining us from. Global Alliance for Angel Investor and Venture Capital Networks, Global Council for the Promotion of International Trade, LLC, along with our impact investment partner, Tacit Growth Strategies, LLC, proudly welcome you all who are joining us from different parts of the world to this prestigious event, Global Impact Investment Summit 2022. I'm Aparna G. Kumar, the Global Co-Chairperson of GCPAD and your host for the summit. We are celebrating this event for 3 days, and we had an amazing day one yesterday with amazing speakers and amazing sessions. Today, on the second day, we have another set of very powerful speakers with their very powerful sessions. On behalf of GCPAT, I wish to express our sincere gratitude to all our chief guests, our 40+ speakers who are presenting very valuable and powerful sessions in the summit, focusing on impact investment. We are grateful to our impact investment partner, Tacit Growth Strategies LLC, for their unconditional support in this summit. Joining us on Zoom, we are live on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and also our GCPAD YouTube channel. We would like to extend a very warm welcome to all our viewers who have joined us today and have supported us always. Global Council for the Promotion of International Trade, or GCPAT, is one of the fastest growing organizations based out of India, South Africa, UK, US, UAE, and Europe, with board and council member representation from all over the world. Founded by the visionary leader, Mr. Santosh Ganesh, in the year 2020, GCPAT has been growing at an exponential rate with support of leaders from across the globe. Despite the pandemic, the last 2 years have been very successful for us, and we are proud to say that this year was again one of exponential growth and new opportunities for GCPAT and everyone associated with us. Global Council for the Promotion of International Trade was founded with the intention of supporting SMEs, startups, women entrepreneurs, and leaders. We started our global journey in July 2020, when the whole world was in lockdown, with a global leadership dialogue with countries like Trinidad and Tobago, Netherlands, and Sri Lanka, and since then, there was no looking back. We organized many premium online events like the Global Women's Business Summit 2020, the Global Technology Summit, the Global Innovation, Incubation and Entrepreneurship Summit, Women in Trade Summit, and Virtual Expo, the Global Sustainable Development Summit, which happened every weekend for 3 months, covering all the SDGs in detail, focusing on what businesses can do in achieving the 2030 agenda. We also celebrated the Global Women in Leadership Awards, Global Sustainability Awards, and the Global Emerging Leaders Awards to encourage excellence in leadership, sustainable practices, and businesses across the world. We have connected to more than 1,000 plus leaders in 60 plus countries through all these events. And we can proudly say that all these leaders never left us and they have become like family members. At GCPIT, we are constantly on the lookout for new and innovative ways to assist businesses in expanding their global reach. We now stand proud with the launch of the Great Leaders Council, the Global Founders Council, the Global Alliances for the Advancement of SDGs, 3 global magazines, the Sustainomics Monthly Newsletter, and Impactpreneurs web portal. Global Alliance of Angel Investor and Venture Capital Networks is one of the global alliances through which GCPIT is aiming to create an angel investor and venture capital ecosystem. This alliance will focus on increasing the demand and supply for angel and VC funding for impact investing, dedicated to increasing its scale and effectiveness around the world. We all know that impact investments are investments made with the intention to generate positive, measurable, social, and environmental impact alongside a financial return. The long-held belief that social and environmental issues should only be addressed through charity donations and that primary goal of market investments should be to maximize financial returns is being challenged by impact investing. By creating a more hospitable environment in which entrepreneurs and venture investors operate, the alliance will increase the demand for angel investors and venture capital. The Global Impact Investment Summit is a humble effort towards creating awareness on impact investing and also to encourage entrepreneurs to focus on the triple bottom line, the people, the planet, and profit. We hope through this, we are able to do our part towards saving our planet while supporting entrepreneurs across the globe. We don't stop here. We at GCPIT are now on a mission to impact 100 million entrepreneurs and leaders by 2030 through our Impact Mission 2030. We won't be able to achieve this without the support of global leaders like you. Let's all work together towards building a new world, a sustainable world for the future generations. And let us be the change we wish to see in the world, as Mahatma Gandhi said. Now it's time to listen to our chief guest. To open the Global Impact Investment Summit 2022, Day 2, we have with us our chief guest for today. We have with us Mr. Ben Banerjee. Mr. Ben Banerjee is the president and co-founder of the Swiss Impact Investment Association, which is the largest impact investors network of Europe. He's the advisory member of the Climate Leadership Coalition, Finland, USA, and Switzerland, which is the largest business organizational network of Europe on this topic. He's a member of the Board of Counselors, East-West Institute, USA, which is an international think tank. He's a guest lecturer at Zurich University, expert on investments and anticipation of crisis and flow of events on macroeconomical level, expert on predicting the flow of events, especially climate related and on the Western Hemisphere. He's an advisor to a few world leaders and governments on macroeconomical, financial and investment policies and on crisis negotiation. A keynote speaker at various events and media channels. Let me proudly invite the chief guest of Day 2 of the Global Impact Investment Summit 2022, Mr. Ben Banerjee, for his address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aparna. Can everybody hear me? Is my volume fine?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you so very much for giving me the honor to speak to your audience. Before I start, I'll warn you upfront that I'm not very good with technology. So I'll try to go, and this time since nobody is helping me, so I'll try to go over to the presentation and hope that everything goes good. Just a moment. I should share the presentation, no? Can you guys see it?
Yes, we can see it, but you can put in slideshow mode so that it's more visible.
Is this in a slideshow mode?
Yeah, I think you have to press that.
Is this?
No, not yet. You're moving to the next slide. I can see that slideshow option there.
Is this, or shall I close it and start again? Just a sec. Normally, I always have somebody helping me out, so that helps.
I think Santosh, can you help?
Yeah, no, just
Yes,
Let me see.
perfect. Now it's perfect.
Is this working now?
Yes.
Okay, but it's not changing at my end.
It's not moving.
No, it's not moving. Yeah, now it moves. Is it fine at your end?
Yes.
Ah, thank you. So I was asked to speak at your event. This is perfect regarding the EU's financing activities. And I think many of you, one of the speakers yesterday was my wife and partner. She's the one who is intelligent, and she's the one who teaches at far more universities than I do. But I myself learned from just working, and usually you will see to it that most of the things I tell are from first-hand experience. So before I go, I'd want to define what is business impactful for me, in my opinion. So I define an impactful business as a business whose core has the vision to solve one or more United Nations SDGs. That I define as impactful, but that's my vision. So I also spoke to Santosh earlier. I said, normally I'm used to dialogue, but I'll try to do a monologue today, and I'll try to guess what kind of questions you guys may be having. So Aparna gave an extremely detailed background of me. So I think most of you may be knowing it. So like many of you here in the audience, I'm born in India. I grew up in Holland, and the last 14 years, I'm here in Switzerland. Educated as an engineer, like most of the Indians are, but worked mainly in the field of investments and finance. I set up quite a lot of companies all around West Europe. Many of them are multinationals now. I have been in board of few financial institutions. And also for a short time, I was also in politics, but that's a long time back. So I have been involved in this sector of impact investment more than 20, 25 years. So I don't know if many of you recognize this picture on the screen of the windmills. So outside of Amsterdam, there's a windmill. It's called the Q7 Wind Park. I think most of you can find it on the internet. So I was one of the initiator of that. And we started from there and we went ahead. I'll tell you later on what we did. So we have been basically at this moment, we are basically in every sector that you can imagine. Like Aparna said, of course, I lead one of the largest, or so it is, I think, one of the largest, or maybe the largest impact investors group in Europe, and most probably the oldest in Switzerland. So we are in Switzerland more than 6 years old, which relatively speaking in Switzerland is very old. We have basically 5 kind of investors. I can talk it very quickly through. One is that we have a lot of major financial institutions, like European Investment Bank, the Nordics, the Norwegian sovereign funds, a lot of pension funds from Netherlands, from Denmark, and all that. Then second is we have a lot of businesses and private enterprises. Thirdly, we have a lot of banks, asset managers, family offices spread over whole of West Europe and Nordics. Fourthly, we have many old families from Europe. So we are talking about the most of the richest families of West Europe from Netherlands. I mean, I can tell names, but I think most of these names won't mean much to you, but also from the Nordics and also from US. And some of the names from US may mean something to you, like the Rockefellers, the Bradys, the Perros, they're all with us. The last group, which is very unique, and we initiated that 4 years ago, is we invited the head of 12 religions here to Zug. And they committed a part of their assets for impact investment. And because initially the religions used to be all exclusion-based investments, the Vatican, the other religions they did. That means they gave their money to a fund or a bank or something and said they can invest wherever they want, as long as they exclude this, and that. But now we have changed them, and we are in the process of changing, because after all, we are talking about thousands of years old institutions, to value-based investing. So, and that's working. So these are our 5 investors group. The next organization, which I think my wife also spoke about yesterday, so I think most of you know about it. Third is the Climate Leadership Coalition. That is by far the largest business group in Europe. So most of the who is who. So the members of our board with whom I am in, they are not managers or directors or board members of the companies. They are the owners of the companies. So that means they are the owners of multinationals. So these are, so that's why we are we also, I don't know if many of you are aware of the Green Deal from European Union. It came out 2 years ago. So we are one of the content providers of it. And also, if many of you are not aware of Laudato Si from the Vatican, which is also environment-focused document written by Pope Francis and Cardinal Turkson, we are also one of the content providers of that. So that's a very, very powerful group of businesses or organization which is focused on climate change or mitigating, because businesses are the ones, especially the large multinationals, they see the impact of the coming climate change and they are feeling it already. EWI, I think most people are already aware of it. It's not something unknown. We have been active since 1985, from Palestine Israel issue to reunification of Germany, to facilitating Soviet Union to Russia, North Korea. Wherever there's a crisis around the world, we are active. So that's EWI. I'm very often on the US TV, Canadian TV, European TV, most of the time also on different things. I also speak on a lot of events like the World Economic Forum, United Nations, Munich Security Conference, and I lost count of that. Of course, like Aparna said, I do advise a lot of global leaders, including the two ex-presidents of, or two former presidents of the United States. Couple of them I can name, some of them I dare not name at this moment. So that's where, and at this moment, I'm also in the advisory board of a couple of governments, including Swiss. I speak, like Aparna mentioned, present in the TV and things like that. So that's cutting short. So what we have been doing is that we not only, from our platform and everything, we not only invest or facilitate in fundraising, so we do it in every direction you can imagine. So we started, like I mentioned, from renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, fintech. I mean, we cover nearly every sector at this moment. And it's really also the amounts differ. We have invested minimum 2 to 3 million euros. 2 months ago, no, not 2 months. I think 3 months ago, we invested 420 million in a company. So it's a complete range we are covering of investments, but it's always only about impact and sustainable. We do not touch anything else. So that's in that field. We are also in Switzerland known as, branded as the pure players. So, and the region is very, very diverse. So we are investing, whether it's Europe, Asia. Recently, we have also become very active in Latin America. And many of the businesses we have invested in or we have facilitated the investment in, you will be able to find them if you watch the TV shows on Swiss Impact. So now I'll try to do, yes. So about this. So the topic is EU impact investment activities. So I like to talk about the intention, what the EU has, the reality, what is happening on the ground level, and going forward, how the future will look like, or hopefully will look like. And like I mentioned, thanks to my experience and position, I do think I have a unique position to have an opinion on the general EU's impact financing intention and activities, because I have been involved with this too long. And I had the privilege of being the witness to these activities since more than a couple of decades. So I grew up in Holland. Holland is a post-colonial power. So Holland looks at it very different. For Holland, it was very easy. And that's why Holland in Europe is one of the most advanced nations in our sector. By our sector, I mean the sector of impact investment and sustainability. This had to do, in my opinion, a lot with the historical facts, because they had, Holland had a lot of colonies, And after the colonies became independent, Holland had a huge budget. It even had its own ministry to support the developing countries, because countries like Indonesia, in Latin America and everything, which were past colonies of Holland. After a few decades, they found out that just giving aids or just investing did not help. So they started coming to more and more what today we term as impact investing. And this has been a gradual, I would say, evolution. In different countries, other countries, it has been different. For example, Switzerland, which does not have any colonial history or colonial past, it's very, very different. The whole history of the development of impact investment, it's also different, the motivation. But of course, Switzerland is not part of EU. But I would not be too like I mentioned, is different country to country, and there is different, but I would not be too optimistic about it. I want to say a couple of words about the situation here. If you need more information, please watch one of the episodes of our TV program with a friend of mine who was the former Prime Minister of Holland, Prime Minister Balkenende, whom we interviewed really on this topic. Where do we stand now? So you see, in EU, I'm an EU citizen, by the way, since Holland is one of the founding members of EU. We have institutions here like the European Investment Bank, European Investment Fund, Norwegian Oil Fund. Many of you may not be knowing, but Norwegian Oil Fund is not an independent fund. It's a government-owned fund. And EIB, for example, has committed a massive amount of fund, around 1 trillion euro, for climate change-related investments for the coming 5 years. But the reason I'm not so optimistic about it is that when the COVID situation hit, when the COVID problem came, EU Commission had no issues of dipping into these funds, which were made for climate change. They used these same funds to support weaker countries' economy from the impact of Corona pandemic. So you can see that how easily, although EU has the right intention, but on the ground level, the reality may differ. So their intention is very good that they set aside 1 trillion euros for the climate change, but on the ground level, a lot of that money went to reasons which it was not meant for. Very similar is if you will see that EU has committed itself to be carbon neutral by 2050, which would mean drastically reducing its fossil fuel-based energy production. But as you all know, 4 months ago, Russia attacked Ukraine. EU Commission hurriedly passed through a couple of laws or rules. For example, one of the things is branding liquid gas as a renewable energy, which is completely, in my opinion, doesn't make any sense at all. But this is it. So what I think is that EU is suffering from the typical problems that many developed democracies are facing, meaning aging. So that means the so-called elderlies or elder people who are voting and making or influencing the policy decisions, their understanding of the world is outdated and their motivation to act is often overestimated. So let's take Germany, for example. So we are seeing now in Europe a huge or vagrant display of global warming. South Europe is basically on fire. The fire is in the forest of Spain, Italy. It has even reached France. Despite of that, Germany proceeded forward with reopening coal power stations and increasing their output. While even far more alternative energy, renewable energy, because we are ourselves investing in it and we know about it and we have projects and businesses who are doing it, far more alternative energy is available even within Germany and also in the surrounding countries of Germany. But that's not being promoted and that's not being propagated, which was originally the intention. So you can again see that there's a huge difference between the intention and what's the reality on the ground level. And even if you look at the country to country within Europe, so for example, Finland has the intention to go carbon neutral by 2035. Compare that with the plan of European Union, who wants to go carbon neutral by 2050. China wants to go carbon neutral by 2060. So Finland is far ahead. But in the same EU, we have countries like Hungary, which is in fact opting out of reduction of fossil fuel, and in fact is opting in for increasing its fossil fuel consumption or CO2 emission. So you see that even on country to country, institution to institution level, there's huge difference in Europe. Oh, this was, okay, I forgot to show, this was a picture of Balkan on the TV, and this is what I meant by saying that please do not be so optimistic about it. And as I mentioned, technology and me, we don't always go very well together. The investments flowing from EU to emerging markets. So this, I basically say it in two terms, or in my language. One is the converted. So we have private investors, we have old families, we have DFIs, impact funds. I call them converted because they have been active in this sector since a long time. Some 5 years, some 10 years, some even more than 10 years. And they're investing in emerging markets, they're doing impactful investing. So I call them the converted. Much more interesting is the unconverted. That's everybody else. Everybody who is not in the converted is in the unconverted. And you would be very surprised. This unconverted also includes nearly all West European pension funds, including even the pension funds of United Nations, who in the first place thought out and created the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. So this is quite a surprising thing. And this is the sector where we are active. So this unconverted is the point where we are active, whom we want to change and we want to act at. And we are seeing that effect. You have BlackRock, UBS, Credit Suisse, they are now all coming forward with their sustainable funds and impact funds. So this is happening and this is changing. But do not get me wrong, they are not turning to our sector because of certain change of heart. Although in many cases, like family offices, there is a change of heart because the younger generation seems to be more conscious about this than the older generation. Motivation, I'll just stick to the motivation of unconverted, is many major financial institutions, their motivation to convert is the regulations, because the governments are changing regulations very fast, and the fear of risk and liabilities. The traditional investors are converting or investing in our sector mainly because the FOMO, the fear of missing out, or they are scared of stranded assets, or they're scared of liabilities. And lastly, the VCs, because there is gigantic opportunities in our sector. For example, if you look at the fund of Vice President Al Gore, who is also a very old friend of mine, his fund had a better 10 years performance than most of the Wall Street hedge funds. We come, of course, to the implementation. It's commercial. Its commercial is no different than normal investments. So that means you will have to follow the same rules like every other investment. So your business has to follow the same requirements. The only addition is that you should be impactful, like I mentioned earlier, and you should have clearly measurable impact. Otherwise, the rules and regulations remain the same. Risk and liabilities are like another very old friend of mine, Sir Ronald Cohen, who was also on our TV a few months back. He mentioned investments in the 19th centuries were about return, 20th century about risk and return, and 21st century is risk, return, and impact. So as you return, I don't have to tell you because every investor wants his money back. Risk, there are different kinds of risks. There's the investment risk or market risk. There's a risk of liabilities. And I mean, I can go in detail, but I think I'm running out of time. And the investment in risks. So we are investing in the risks. So for example, investing in, if you will see the one of the, because UN is one of our partners, they are investing heavily into, how do you call it, businesses and projects which will warn the people of forthcoming weather changes or calamities. So this is basically the implementation we have and the characteristic. And in conclusion, I think that despite of the few practical points I noted above, and of course, if Putin does not decide to wipe out EU in the coming days, the future of impact investment from Europe to emerging countries is really bright. Maybe not as fast as we hope, maybe not as fast as we expect, but it's growing with each passing day and will continue. The major institutions will help. But of course, you will face bureaucracy, and sometimes they use the same methodology they have used since centuries, thus making your job as a business provider or something rather cumbersome or obsolete. But on the other hand, you have impact investors, impact funds, market players, which are far more active and investing each day more and more. I'm aware of it because I'm involved with this. And if you are seeking investment and consider yourself impactful, that means you are solving one or more SDGs, please contact us. So with this, I stop. I hope I'm right in time.
Yes, perfectly on time. Thank you so much, Mr. Ben Banerjee, for that very informative and impactful address to open the day 2 of the summit. A lot of work you and your wife and partner Shweta is doing for changing the world. And I'm sure your words have inspired our viewers to think about what are the things that really matter. Thank you so much for joining us. Looking forward to working with you in the future as well.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Now it's time to listen to our speakers with their sessions. To begin with, we have with us Ms. Bharti Singh Chauhan. Ms. Bharti Singh Chauhan is a social entrepreneur, founder and CEO of Cows India Trades LLP, for-profit company, and Praveen Lata Sansthan, a not-for-profit organization that works to empower girls and women across India by providing community-based solutions in the areas of education, health, safety, and sustainable livelihood. She is the President's Award recipient as one of the 100 Women Achievers of India. She is also recognized as one of the exceptional women across South Asia by the University of California, Berkeley, and Facebook headquarters under Tell Her Story. She has received more than 46 national and international awards and has contributed to making a difference in the lives of more than 1 million girls and women at grassroots levels through various initiatives, directly and indirectly. Thank you so much for joining us today, Ms. Bharti Singh Chauhan. Over to you for your session, Delivering Breakthrough Solutions for Social and Environmental Issues.
Thank you so much, Aparna, for inviting me. Hope I am audible to everybody.
Yes, perfectly.
Today's topic is about delivering breakthrough solutions for social and environmental issues. One of the core subjects, the moment I was hearing BIM, I was just connecting that UN SDG goals play a very, very important role as per investment also in the because the trend has been changing across. And before I speak and come to a conclusion and talk to you about the whole subject, I would like to show you a video, and if possible, the screen can be shared.
Yes, you can share this. But there's no sound. I'm not able to hear. Ms. Bharti, does it have sound? Does the video have sound? Ms. Bharti, does the video have sound? Not able to
Yes.
hear the.
The voice is coming across.
Dogs consume this way.
Yes, now it's audible.
Time to take an action. It's time to make a sustainable choice. Hi, I am Vedant Agrawal from Jaipur, and I have been working with Praveen Lata Sansthan on their project, The Spotless Dame, Vedag Nari. The Spotless Dame is an initiative focused on providing reusable and sustainable pads to empower women around Rajasthan. The pads that we manufacture and distribute are environmentally friendly, leak-proof, non-toxic, and antimicrobial due to a special layering.
Praveen Lata Sansthan has been working for women empowerment since 2013, focusing on 3 E's: education, employment, and empowerment. While doing awareness workshops in government schools, we realized the irregularity of girls in schools during periods because of lack of facilities. This sensitized us to come up with an initiative, Vedag Nari, Spotless Day. We came up with our own product, Mera Pads. These pads are washable. It's overwhelming to see youngsters like Vedan joining our initiative to promote sustainability and development. मेरा नाम शुभा है। जब मुझे फर्स्ट टाइम पीरियड हुआ तो मैं बहुत घबरा गई थी। मैं बार-बार इस तरह के पेपर पैड यूज किए जा रही थी। सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू मैं प्रवीण लता संस्थान से जुड़ी। आज हमारे इनिशिएटिव स्पोर्टलेस डैम में मैं एज ए प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर काम कर रही हूँ और मैं ये चाहती हूँ जो मेरा पैड है उसे सभी महिलाएं और सभी लड़कियां उसे काम में लें, स्वच्छ रहें और स्वस्थ रहें। और इस कपड़े की खास बात ये भी है कि जैसे होता है ना, हम लोग पैड अगर लगाते तो हर 6 घंटे में फेंकना पड़ता है। ये आप दिन भर भी अगर 12 घंटे तक भी यूज में लेते हो आराम से, आपको पता भी नहीं पड़ेगा क्योंकि बहुत जल्दी सोख लेता है। इससे कोई भी तकलीफ नहीं होगी। आप जैसे कपड़ा पहन रहे हैं, बहुत मुलायम।
It's time to change our mindset and make a small difference to the world. Help us in this endeavor that promotes the health and dignity of women and contributes towards making our environment more sustainable. Your contribution to change mindset is valuable to us, and we go a long way in our end.
So this is something which you can connect with. Just a second. This is something which you can connect with because with the changing time, businesses has to relook on the subject of core element, that is climate change. Any businesses, because everybody is working for definitely profits or maybe not for profits basis their interest of area. But the thing is that if you are working for something specific, you need to understand the value of that particular product, how it impacts the life of a people. And that's what we are doing at our social enterprise. So we are from a social enterprise named Carvers India Trades LLP, which is producing cloth pads, while it also creates an impact to the society in terms of creating awareness around menstruation hygiene management and also supporting women in the community who don't have access to any type of sanitary pads. So the two combinations is something which is making an impact in the country. And that's how the businesses has to relook with time. Definitely SDG is something which has to be taken care of because sustainability is something which is needed. Although we started it through a not-profit model, but with time we shifted to the business model. Reason being, sustainability is something which we have to relook at. And that's what BIM was stating in his all impact investment thing, that impact is something which can be created. If you relook at your businesses in a different mode, how it can create an impact in the society, how it can change mindsets. Even if you take examples of various products like electrical vehicles, which has come in the market recently, this is a very good example of a sustainability as well as a climate impact which it has been creating. Like the pollution which is moving across in the environment can be relooked in a different way, that why don't we switch from the petrol vehicles or a diesel vehicle to an electrical vehicle that impacts our environment and saves our environment from the plastic waste. The whole trend of climate change has been changing, and that's the reason every person has to relook at the business model once again. And this is actually needed with time. Every 10 years you go back, you need to relook at your business model, how you have worked, how the impact has been created. Is it being supportive to our culture, our community, our climate? And that's how you need to refocus on. While we are working at grassroots level, we have also realized that the scope of the work of all the subjects you have been doing in your businesses always impacts the people around you. And that's how everything goes side by side. With time, even the businesses have changed. The investors are changing their mindset in terms of investing their money, their time, their contribution to focus by focusing on those projects or those startups which are actually coming up with new solutions. And that's how everybody has to relook and reframe their work. In terms of our organization, if I talk about, we just started very small. We just started with very small, starting with only creating an impact in the lives of women. But how it changed with time, even we had no idea about it. We just relooked at our business model and again, and we focused that we will rechange and reframe our work. So we started focusing on 4 E's, that is education, employment, empowerment, and environment. And that's how things came. While we are educating girls and women on combating the menstrual issues, following the SDG goals, we are also empowering women who are trained on making these cloth pads, as I showed you in the video. And these women are the ones who are selling these pads also in the community and earning, that helps them to become economically independent. While it is also the pads which we are producing is also saving our environment from the sanitary plastic waste and the industrial cloths which are thrown away on the landfills, and it takes more than 500 to 800 years to decompose. And that's how it has come up. Recently we have also been selected by the United Nations for we Empower UN SDG Goal Award, and it feels very proud when we see that we are actually creating an impact, and there's a long way to go across. And that's how it takes time for building an environment, a culture, a system where you focus on sustainability while you also make certain money. And that's how the investors look for. If you are looking for certain goals in terms of making profitability business, definitely you should consider once again what business model you are looking at and what type of presence you have and how it has been creating impact in the society. And we did it, and that's how the whole system changed from a not-for-profit to coming up with a profit company and becoming a social enterprise was done just in the last 2 to 3 years, when this had been something which, when COVID was one of the biggest reason which helped us to understand that our business model can go a long way and it can impact the lives of thousands and crores of women, not only across India, but across the globe. Today, we are supporting women and also having our impact business running in 2 to 3 countries, developing countries, which actually has been fighting for period poverty. And that's the business model which we are working on. And now investors are also ready to invest a lot of money. And that's what each and every person around there has to relook, reframe, and rethink about. We are doing our best to contribute to the society, empowering women, transforming lives of women, saving our environment from plastic waste. And that's what we are doing, and we will do at our best. I hope I'm on time, and thank you so much, Aparna, and also Santoshji, for inviting me for this particular session.
Thank you so much for that very inspiring session. You're perfectly on time, Ms. Bharti. I'm sure our viewers will take inspiration from what you said and your journey and start taking action. As you said, we have still a long way to go to create an impact in the society. Thank you once again for joining us and inspiring us.
Thank you so much, Aparna.
Thank you. Next, we have with us Mr. Savio Wangbugu with a session, Impact Investing Through a Tech Transfer Strategy. Mr. Savio Wangbugu is a software engineer with over 10 years of experience. He is the founder of Mount Kenya Hub, an innovation hub in Kenya, the Secretary General of the Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs, and a tech consultant with the United Nations. He is passionate about enabling innovators and startups at the grassroots level to develop and build sustainable innovations. He's also the winner of GCPIT's Global Emerging Leaders Awards 2022. Thank you so much for joining us today, Mr. Savio. Over to your session. Mr. Savio, are you there? Mr. Savio, are you there? Can we move on to the next speaker? Yes, he's joining. Is Mr. Savio joining, or shall we move on to the next speaker? I think he is having some technical issues. Let's move on to the next speaker. Ms. Fatoumata Gaye, government's importance in the next decade. To speak about this topic, we have with us Ms. Fatoumata Gaye joining us from Gambia. She is the CEO and principal consultant of Thinkline Consultancy, a business consulting company, a public speaking and self-development coach, and also the founder and president of the International Young Mothers Association. Through her work with IYMA, she has gained international development experience and have worked with several mechanisms and different ecosystems. Being an independent professional has given her the opportunity to work with different individuals from around the world, and she has gradually made her leadership presence felt in the entrepreneurship, administration, education, and health sectors in both regional, national, and global levels. Over to you, Ms. Fatoumata Gaye, for your session on government's importance in the next decade.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I don't think I would have done better than that anyway. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm not able to see you.
Oh my God. Are you seeing me now?
Can somebody give a feedback in the chat? Are you able to see? Is it my issue or no? We are not able to see you.
Okay, let me try to see.
Screen share is working. I can see your presentation.
Okay. Let me see if I can see. Are you able to see me now?
I am not able to see you. Even the presentation, you can, if you could put in slideshow mode, it would be good.
Okay, let me see what's possible. I think I would just move ahead with the presentation because I think
Okay.
the video is coming through. So
Fine.
I wouldn't waste.
Okay. If you would put it in slideshow, it would be better.
Are you seeing the slides now?
No, not yet. I can just see the slide.
I'm sharing.
Do you need some time to sort this out? I think Savio has joined, so
Yes,
we can
please.
come back.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, great. So let me invite Mr. Savio Wangbugu, right, for his session. Sorry. Mr. Savio, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, over to you, Mr. Savio.
Yeah, let me share my screen. Yeah, can you all see my screen?
Yes, yes, perfectly.
So should I start or good?
Start. You can start.
So thank you very much, Kumar. So my name is Savio Wangbugu. Professionally, I'm a software engineer and the founder of Mount Kenya Hub. And I know right now, Kumar, you still think I'm still the Secretary General of the association, but I'm now the outgoing Secretary General of the association and now sit at the advisory board of the same association. And just briefly about the association is mainly, it's mainly a collaboration of over 60 different innovation hubs across the whole country in Kenya and now expanded to Eastern and Central Africa. So today, and Kumar gave me the task of talking a little bit about impact investing through a tech transfer strategy. And yeah, let's see what I have. And what I just want to say is I have at most 15 minutes. So if I'm going to be boring, you already know that it's not going to be more than 15 minutes. So thank you very much. I'll not even talk a lot about investing because everything about this session has been all in terms of investing strategies, but just in a nutshell for people who are joining in right now, investing, we look at it as an art of committing money or even resources to make sure that you can make a profit. And we all know this has been the traditional way of doing investing. And I'm very sure that most of us have one way of investing in different sectors, in different, some people look
Savio, are you there? Did we lose him again? Yes, I think there is a connection issue. So what should we do? Wait for him for 2 minutes. I think Fatuma Tagai has joined. I can see her.
sorry, okay.
Did we do? Savio. Savio is back. Savio is back.
Sorry,
Savio,
you know, sorry for that, Kumar. You know, you prepare for a whole it's all in technology,
Right.
whereby you prepare for a whole year, and then when it's your time to present or to showcase your innovation or technology, that's when electricity decides to go away. So this is all tech, and maybe it's an opportunity for other different people to look at it that way. So what I was saying is that mainly you find that every time we talk about innovation, people tend to think that it's all about ICT. And today what I want to say is that innovation is not ICT. ICT is just one thing and one sector in innovation. And just for you to be able to understand about the technology transfer, it's mainly and has been brought through the interconnectivity of the world. And we all know about internet, we all know about sharing of resources, and this has been the main and the major enabler of the tech transfer strategy. We said that internet was not built for security, but again, it was built as an enabler. It was built as an enabler of all these technologies that we are looking at. So when we talk about the tech transfer strategy, we are talking about collaborating or using. It's mainly a collaborative concept that allows intellectual property to flow, and creators such as research centers and many other different regions. And by this, I mean most of the institutions that have been used to deal with tech transfer are mainly institutions whereby they are carrying out a lot of research, they are carrying about a lot of technologies, but now when they come up with all these patenting and IPs, all many other certifications that they are doing, earlier on, before this technology transfer was not being used, because we used to have a lot of organizations and institutions who are doing a lot of research. They have a lot of patents, but now the problem was the implementation side of them. So when this term was brought in, the technology transfer was mainly to make sure that we don't have a lot of dormant patents, don't have a lot of dormant IP. And again, it's even easier to scale up your solutions to make sure that you're able to not only to implement it at where you are, but offer other different people those kind of skills and services to make sure that they can implement it in other different regions. So, and this brings us to today, which is impact investing. I'm not going to speak about impact investing because this is what you have been listening to each and every time, but it's mainly looking at, apart from just looking at money or income, we're also looking at impact. How is your technology impacting positively to other different people in various locations? Like, for example, if you are having you want to invest in a climatic technology, how is it impacting the lives of the communities that this technology has been implemented? So, and this is why I'm just saying that it's mainly focusing on value, not only on profit. So, and we have this narrative whereby if you want to tell somebody not to do it, it's easier by not telling him to do that. And by this, I mean, instead of us screening out the bad things, it's easier. Through impact investment, we are talking about screening in the good things. It's just like if Kumar is here, instead of me telling her not to hit the tree, it's easier for me to tell her use the other route. So it's the same way, but it's just implemented in other different strategy. So that's impact investing for people who are joining in right now. And when we come to the fact sheet, this is as at 2018, we're able to see that the impact investing market size is around $502 billion. And over this, the technology transfer strategy has been able to create jobs, over 4 million jobs. I'm sure right now it has already scaled up. And this means that this is a sector that is worth investing. This is a sector that is huge enough. This is a sector that anybody who is willing to invest in the new blue chip economy should be looking at how this the technology transfer can be done. And by this, we are looking at not only investing, but again, creating a positive impact into the community. We also have some other different statistics. And by this, I mean, we're able to see where people are really investing in these technologies. So when we mean about the technology side, we're able to see where people are really investing. I'm sure impact investment is good, but again, it doesn't make a lot of impact if we are all investing in one area or in one sector or even in one region. So through these statistics, we're able to see where people are really investing. We're able to see from these statistics that when you look at USA and Canada, over 58%, it's over half of all these technologies, all the technology transfer investment are happening. So it means that they are overloaded there. It's an advantage, but again, on the other hand, it can also be a hindrance. So it depends on how you look at it. If over 50% are investing in those regions, it means that there is market for that. And apart from that, there is that kind of knowledge that is being applied there. But again, we're able to see in other different areas. When you look at Africa, we are at 6%. South Africa, South Asia, it's around 3%. So it's upon you as an investor, you as somebody who is looking to make impact and also profit, to look at where your innovation or your tech strategy can work. So instead of maybe looking at one region, you're able to look at, let's say, the regions that are less populated. But again, depending on the kind of technology you're implementing, you're able to look at where we have a lot of people, because it means that the kind of strategies they're implementing there, it's working. So we have different ways of tech transfer model, yeah? And it's through this that you're able to include the impact analysis on them. So, and this happens across board, all the technology sectors. Doesn't matter whether you are in the software industry, you are in the engineering industry, you are even in the health industry. So one thing is the copyright. We'll be able to see how copyright is being implemented in various companies and in various regions, just to make sure that it's easier to understand. We have joint ventures. Joint ventures, we mean whereby if Kumar is in India and has a very good technology investment plan and is looking at implementing it in Kenya, where I am, it's easier for her to come to me and we have a joint venture to implement it here in Kenya, because I have a better understanding of the Kenyan market. I have a better understanding in terms of impact that people are looking at here in Kenya. I have a better understanding on the kind of people and how they adopt to different technologies. Yeah. So when you look at patents, and India is a very good example to patents, because the India pharmaceutical production is mainly, it has transformed India to be the production of the world in terms of things like medicine or pharmaceutical facilities. And this is by utilizing their patents. And by this, I mean, you can have one patent, but again, you're able to give, you're able to share it with other different people to implement the same patent. So you don't have a patent, let's say about producing a very rare assistive technology device. I can be able to share it with another different person to be able to implement that. We have the contract manufacturing. By contract manufacturing, I mean, I can use an example of Isuzu, for example. Isuzu, and I'll also use it in Africa or in Kenya. Isuzu has set up a manufacturing company in Kenya, but again, they are training the local people, the local engineers, to be able to mainly fabricate the same cars locally here. So it's their technology, it's their brand, but again, they are not the guys who are doing the actual job back here in Kenya. So that's a kind of way of the technology transfer. So whereby you are now doing a contract manufacturing, you look for a local company, whereby by that you are creating jobs to them, you are impacting directly to their livelihood. So you have a certain company, train them according to your engineering specification, show them your standards, share your patents, and then you give them a right and then the other one is by patents and partnership for startups. Yeah. So then we're able to look at the impact investment. Sorry for that. I also want to look at the impact investment through tech examples. And I'm going to use, I have different companies. So we have Samsung. Samsung didn't start as a tech company. We'll be able to see that Samsung started as a shop. It was a gift shop. You how the idea of the, in fact, is the largest producer of electric cars. We have Huawei, and again, I want to speak a little bit about Shenzhen, which is has implemented something that I've just talked about, the contract manufacturing. And right now they are, I guess, the largest manufacturer. They have the largest manufacturing companies in the world. So let me start with Samsung in just in a nutshell. And in 1938, and when it started in South Korea, it was just a grocery shop. And there is a whole story about how they evolved, how they were creating impact. But I want us to look at the 1960s, whereby Samsung ventured into the technology side. And this is by they were being contracted by the Western countries to be able to produce televisions, the TV sets. By then, they were just black and white. They didn't have any technology. They didn't have any patents. They didn't have any copyrights or stuff. They were just being contracted to make sure that they are able to produce television sets. And that's where their journey on the tech transfer started. But what were they doing? When they were building those television sets, they were studying them. They were looking at the technology that was being done. They were looking at the specifications that were necessary then. I'm sure right now we're going to speak about China, whereby we are looking at theft and sharing. So, and this is by when they started, later on in 1987, they started producing their TV sets, and now they are among the largest contributor to the South Korea economy. Yeah, we look at Samsung, LG, and many other. So, and at the center here, you're able to look at the technology transfer aspect of it, whereby you're able to borrow from, let me call it just borrow from what people currently are still doing, and share the same technology with other people to be able to see how best it can be implemented. Just for the interest of time, we have Shenzhen. Shenzhen is a city, and it's through technology transfer that Shenzhen has become the world's greatest manufacturer of electronics. It's the largest market in electronics. They do, and we'll speak a little bit about China. They just share their patents. Yeah, all this has been achieved by IP sharing. So as an impact investor through tech transfer, you're able to look at the kind of IPs that are available. You're able to look at in Africa, and you're able to implement here. Like, for example, if we have, and we'll be able to see some of the 2 or 3 different examples on how that can be achieved. Look at Huawei, what is just selling switches, telecommunication switch, and it's through technology transfer that right now, and it has become the core Huawei. They are the biggest. It ranked as the 2nd largest R&D investor in the world. But when we see R&D, we see technology transfer, because there's a lot of patents that have been brought up. We have seen latest in regards to the 5G network.
I think Savio got dropped. Thank you so much, Mr. Savio, for that very impactful session on impact investing through a tech transfer strategy. Thank you once again for joining us, and I wish the very best for your future projects as well. Let's move on to Fatimata Gai. I hope she is there. Government's importance in the next decade to speak about this top. Savio, are you back? Ms. Savio, yeah, you can. I think you can close the session. You got dropped again. I think we are running late, so I request
power
Savio.
outage. But
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There was some. We were not able to hear you.
Yes,
clearly.
I can. Yes, I can.
I think you can wind up because we are already running late, and there are some.
Let me just skip to where to the last slide. Yeah. Yes. So just for the impact investment, I'm just going to skip to where you can just look at investing on impact investment tech transfer. And by this I mean we can look at the digital crediting sector, whereby people are looking at implementing technologies to be able to give things like the digital finance in Africa. And the other thing is mainly by licensing your technology. So I'm not going to speak a lot. I'll be able to share it later on because of time. I'll share the presentation later. Thank you, Kumar.
Thank you so much, Savio. Technical issues happens. That was a very impactful session on impact investing through a tech transfer strategy. Thank you once again for joining us today, and wish you all the best for your future projects as well. Now let's move on to the next speaker, government's importance in the next decade. To speak about this topic, we have with us Ms. Fatoumata Gaye joining us from Gambia. She is the CEO and principal consultant of Think Line Consultancy, a business consulting company, a public speaking and self-development coach, and also the founder and president of International Young Mothers Association. Over to you, Ms. Fatoumata Gaye. Are you there?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Are you seeing my
screen?
screen?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Are you seeing my screen? All right, thank you.
We are not able to see you, but the screen is visible.
The screen is visible?
Screen is visible.
We have a rainy day. So the internet is a bit down, so it's better I just go with the sharing and then we could go from there. I would like to thank the GCPIT and thank all leaders that are here today speaking, and thank all the participants for allowing me to address the importance of government in the next decade. It is indeed an honor sharing the platform with leaders and impact investors in different parts of the world to address different platforms in our various ecosystems. As a communication head, a public speaker, a youth activist, a child rights advocate, an entrepreneur, and a woman leader, I think the GCPIT did a great job by giving me the opportunity to speak today. Thank you so much once again. And today we'll be talking about the importance of government in the next decade, which is the Agenda 2030. And my screen wouldn't move. Yep. A minute, please. I'm having some issues. Oh, why isn't it going through? Yeah. Introduction to my organization. Well, the International Young Mothers Association was founded in the year 2020, which was inspired by my life story. It is a female-focused organization where we foster innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership. A time and a place for children and their guardians to connect with peers, find resources, and assemble skills to enhance their lives and relationships. a movement created to foster and elevate digital transformation and accelerate economic development. But anyway, today we're not here to talk about my organization. We are here to talk about the importance of government in the next decade. With a clear belief, I think we all at some point ask our question, what is the importance of government in the next decade? But we know that the government provides parameters for everyday behaviors of citizens. They often also protect them from outside interferences and often provide them for their well-being and happiness. And in most cases, few countries.
Sorry to interrupt. The slides, we are not able to see the slides moving.
They're not moving?
And they are not moving. Still in the first slide.
Still in the first slide. Why is that happening? Is it moving now?
No.
Wow. I think. Can we move to the next speaker and I will fix this issue? I think I'm having something.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
All right, thank you.
Impact investing in emerging market. Now we have the session by Ms. Hawa Bako Mohammed, who is joining us all the way from Nigeria. She is the Executive Director of Impact Investment and Partnership Pro Agro Systems, Nigeria. A resourceful, goal-oriented and mission-driven global governance and sustainable development enthusiast with hands-on experience working in both governmental and non-governmental organizations. A profound leader with a strong managerial competence, technical ability, and exemplary leadership aptitude required to successfully actualize bottom lines. Currently spearheading the fight to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition with Bako Kontagora Development Foundation. Possesses profound knowledge of business operations, management, finance, and economic development. Let's listen to Ms. Hawa Bako Mohammed as she speaks about impact investing in emerging market. Over to you,
Thank you,
Ms.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Apama. Thank you for having me here. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. As you have introduced me, my name is Hawa Bako Mohammed. I'm the Executive Director, Impact Investment and Partnership, Pro Agro Systems, Nigeria. Pro Agro System is a hub for interconnected youth-comprised community-based agrarian cooperatives where value is created for all stakeholders. My topic today, I'm excited and glad to be among the top leaders in this coming GCPIT summit. So my topic today is impact investing in emerging markets. I want to talk about a little story. I want to talk about a story about Mo Ibrahim. Mo Ibrahim was a former technical director with British Telecommunications. In late 90s, when Mo Ibrahim first conceived of setting up a mobile phone company in Africa, people said he was not, but Ibrahim, to his credit, saw things differently. Instead of seeing just poverty, he saw opportunity. He focused on the struggle to accomplish something important for which there were few good solutions. For Ibrahim, struggle represents enormous potential. And Ibrahim's mobile company was one of the first indigenous Pan-African mobile company in Africa, whereby as at today, we have so many indigenous African telecommunication companies, and we have more than 2 billion users of mobile phone in Africa as at today, and over thereby, like now, improving our socio-economic cohesion, improving our standard of living, making profit at the same time, thereby improving economic development and economic growth. Sorry. You see my slide? Is it moving?
It's not moving. I just noticed.
Okay. A bit. Sorry. Chris. Let me just see. Let me see. Okay. Oops. Is it moving now?
Yes, I could see it was moving. Now it's on the first slide again.
Okay.
Yeah.
So introduction and definitions. Social injustice, poor governance, and economic challenges in emerging markets are perhaps the reason for the necessity for social impact activities in those places. And solving these challenges in a significant or positive way, business organization which set social impact goals achieve them through conscious and deliberate efforts or activities in their operations and administration. Economy that have some element of developed market, but are not yet there. The type of economy transitioning to development, great for social disclosure. These are emerging markets. Now, impact investing in emerging markets. Sorry. Oops. Okay. Impact investors are availed a very wide field of sectors, as social impact-oriented organizations are not constrained to any sector. My area of operation is in the agri sector, which is really strategic to food security and is therefore linked to all areas of the society. Looking at Nigeria as an example, Nigerian agri sector as an example, Nigeria is sitting on a landmark of about 70.8 million hectares, and which contributes about 24% average GDP of the economy. And about 70% of the population are mainly subsistence farmers and contribute about 36% of labor force. Greater than 80% of all farmers are smallholder farmers. Crop farm households in rural areas consist about 87%, with little or low yields of the proceeds at the end of the harvest, which leads now to post-harvest losses of about 30%. Household owners or raising livestock in Nigeria, northwest of Nigeria, is about 69.3%. And Nigeria is sitting on coastline of about 853 kilometer inland waterways of about 40 million hectares, which is like a cost like to look at. There are so many opportunities, but there are so many challenges to the farmers due to sectorial challenges, which translate to social impact opportunities for agri value chain operators. An associate director of PwC Nigeria presented a paper at the African Free Continental Trade Agreement of Nigerian Agriculture and Agribusiness Workshop in September 2020, whereby he identified peculiar challenges. And I guess these challenges are peculiar to most emerging markets. These challenges are resources shortages that's in the agribusiness sector, in the agribusiness value chain. Resources shortage, violent conflicts, outdated systems of agriculture, lack of access to finance, absence of value addition and supply chain linkages, etc. Given the significant efforts of agri sector to the terms of employment and involvement for providing income resilient, problems have a magnetic negative impact in the country as a whole. Agri sector in particular, the imperative for profitable company in the agri sector to develop this initiative. It leads to low yields, leads to difficult access to market. Low yields plus difficult market access now leads to high level of poverty. So now the challenges that the MSMEs in the agri sector faces most of the time is investment readiness. What appears to be the greatest empowerment to impact investment is investment readiness of the MSME operating in the agri sector. what's the way forward? A good number of the MSMEs operating along the agri value chain or sector ecosystem are not typically investment ready. So now impact investors need to change their assessment criteria so that they do not come to, so that they make the small and medium scale enterprise investment ready. You know, they come in, they provide a solution to the challenges in terms of partnership. That's partnering for investment readiness. Because see how I emphasize on the word here, partnering with the small and medium scale enterprise, partnering in such a way they build internal capacity in terms of their business model, design their structure, etc. You know, thereby now the impact investors changing their assessment criteria so that they do not lead with investors, but instead with investment readiness for the small and medium scale enterprise. And the cost of this will lead to investment or tax deductible cost for the investors. The way forward, going forward, we in Pro Agro System, we in Pro Agro System, I with some of my colleagues have been working on this, you know, preparing so many startups to be investment ready. So we now we provided this solution. We are working on this solution. We're open for partnership with any other partners that will be interested in venturing into the agribusiness sector. So such partnership include workshop. We start with a workshop to review and reset the assessment criteria of the impact investors to identify data points required for the sector. Now we do baseline data, obtaining funding for survey to determine access to greatest need and significant impact. Then awareness, more awareness to the small medium enterprise, create the awareness of required criteria and invite operators to develop plans based on identified needs. Then partnership, impact investors and MSMEs agree on partnerships. Then readiness, which make them now ready for investment. MSMEs eventually become ready for investment so as to enhance impact activities and return for investment. Social impact. The MSMEs are now able to continue or create SI activities without the fear of sustainability of either their business or the activity itself. Then success. Just to tap into the Mo Ibrahim story, Mo Ibrahim came, he saw an untapped market. He developed the market. He created a large willing buyers for his product, and eventually he is known as one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. So I should think impact investing in emerging market should go beyond the basic criteria that the impact investors have, should go beyond the level of coming down to the small and medium scale enterprise level and preparing them for investment readiness. From there to investing in them and talking about return on investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hawa Bakr Mohammed, for that powerful session on impact investing in emerging market. Thank you so much for joining us today. And since we are running late, let me quickly move on to the next speaker. We have come to the end of the first session, and we are just running 30 minutes late. Sorry for that. Now we have with us Ms. Anne Levy, Managing Director and CEO, Pangaea Trust, Kenya, with a session Unlocking Impact in Developing Economies. Ms. Anne Levy is catalyzing innovation through social businesses that stimulate economy in Africa by creating an enabling environment to harness skills, provide technical expertise and capital to spur and accelerate social economic transformation, increased job creation, and improved quality of life at the base of the pyramid. And also serves as the Vice Chairperson at the Association for Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya. Let me proudly invite Ms. Anne Levy to speak about unlocking impact in developing economies. Over to you, Ms. Anne Levy.
Thank you so much, Apana. It's a great pleasure to be invited and to share some of the approaches and some of the mechanism we have put in place in terms of unlocking impact for developing economy. I would want to start by stating, as you have heard, my name is Anne Levy, the Managing Director of Pangaea Trust. We work across Africa. We are based in Nairobi, but we work across Africa. We support startup and SMEs across Africa. Currently, we are running different programs. We have program in West Africa supporting 20, supported by Microsoft, supporting around 20 startups, growth startups towards investments. So I'll share my slides. Right. Hope you're able to see my screen.
Yes,
Well,
perfectly.
All right, thank you. Okay. One of the greatest tool or strength we have as a continent in Africa is young people, and median age in Africa is 19. We also have a lot of untapped skills and opportunities in terms of innovation. And that is one of the key opportunity as Pangea Trust we have seen and we want to work with. The other opportunity we have seen, and it's the greatest one, is also diaspora and diaspora networks. And diaspora on its own remitted around 49 billion in 2021, according to World Bank. These have overtaken any direct investment or foreign aid into the continent. But what are we doing about that? Because the research shows that most of the diaspora remittances into the countries are for household use. And only less than 5% of that goes to investment in the startup. Now, I start by introducing our organization, which is unlocking diaspora investment towards impact-driven startup in Africa. This is by transforming the people, planet, and profit. And what do I mean by that? By infusing capital and creating capacity enabling environment for businesses. It will make sure that it provide mechanism for young people to be able to generate income, but also create scalable innovations and solutions that can be able to solve basic service delivery for the continent, but also ensure that there is employment creation and impact generated for the continent. As Pangea, we have worked with more than 150 African startups. 46% of those we have worked with are women-led, and 15 those we have invested in have generated 15x in 2 years. And why startup and SMEs? Why that? The research shows that more than 85% of registered firms worldwide are SMEs and startups. Those startups, they contribute more than 35% of GDP in emerging markets. However, only less than 50%, and also they account for more than 50% of jobs generated across the globe. Yet, despite all these benefits, startup and SMEs remain significantly underserved by financial institutions. It's estimated that more than 70% of startup and SMEs experience finance gap of over 285 billion in sub-Saharan Africa. So what are we doing about it? We can see that majorly startups and SMEs are key drivers of economy and are key drivers of generating impact. So how do we unlock impact for developing economy across the continent? And for us, what we have been trying to unlock and tap into is diaspora remittances, because as you can see, some of the barriers that are holding back growth of SMEs and startups across the continent are lack of understanding on how to position and unlock different investment mechanisms. So there might be existing impact investment or different investment mechanism, but also there is lack of understanding. The other gap is understanding lack of accessible right information and making right investment decision. So there might be, for example, angel investors and diaspora investors who would want to invest back into the continent, but they don't have the right information to be able to do this. Lack of sufficient alternative investment mechanism and platform to drive investments. So that means that you might have a bit of disposable income, but you may not necessarily have access to platform or mechanism for you to be able to channel that for investment. Lack of linkages and referrals for investments. And this is very critical because you may find that small business owners are not necessarily able to know where do I get my investment. On the other hand, you'll see impact investors asking where do I get a pipeline of businesses that we can invest in? How do you create a platform that is able to bring those groups together, but also facilitate a cordial way of building a pipeline and making them investor ready? The previous speaker also mentioned that the biggest challenge is investor readiness. How do you build a culture of being investor ready from the get-go as you build your solutions and businesses? As Pangea Trust, we have seen the greatest challenge being access to finance. And one of the other, cornerstone of this is most of the funds that are investing in the continent are not necessarily domiciled in the continent. So how can we explore and create new way alternative investment mechanism? And like I mentioned as I was starting, diaspora remittances into the continent have increased to 2021, according to World Bank, to 49 billion. Those that came to Kenya, for example, the country received 3.7 billion. When you look at the three countries that we have done a diaspora mapping done by DMA, supported by CEDA, it shows that there was 14% increase on diaspora remittances into the continent, but very negligible percentages of those that goes to investment in startups and SMEs. As we have seen, the big majorities of these businesses are the ones that are job creating, generating impact, creating innovative way, be it for health services delivery, be it for logistics, be it for access to education. So how do we double down on impact if we want to continue creating impact for climate action solutions? For us, for the three countries that we did a mapping study on, we saw that more than 8.1 million of Kenyans, Somalians, and Ethiopians live abroad. And more than, they remitted back into the countries, in those three countries, more than 9 billion in 2021, but less than 5%, like I've mentioned, of that have gone into investment. We see it possible to translate the diaspora remittances into investment. And if we were to even get less than 5% of this for this amount, it can translate to a minimum of 900 million for only one country, that is Kenya. So you see the huge significant gap that we can be able to bridge with converting, or rather being able to turn some of the remittances coming into the continent into investment opportunities. And why is it that there is less people who are considering, or rather investing their remittances into businesses or SMEs that exist? One of the key challenges is that trust. Like I mentioned before, trust. Trust is a big one, and it comes in so many layers. Do I trust myself to make the right decision? Do I trust that this money, when it's sent, that there is right mechanism, or there is the right organization or partners to work with to be able to monitor and track? Do I get the kind of impact that I'm looking for to be generated by the businesses? How do I even access and do know your customer KYC for investment for this? And those are the reasons why most of the remitter, they will choose to remit money, and the money is used for domestic use and not necessarily for investment because of those barriers. So what are we doing about it so that we can double down on impact? So another big opportunity for us is also Islamic finance. And this is a big one. As you can see, according to the World Bank, Islamic finance market, it's $1.1 trillion market. And mostly it have concentrated in Middle East and Malaysia, holding 80% of the industry assets. In Africa, we have more than 53% of the population being a Muslim. And we have seen this population growing and growing each and every year. However, very few innovative solutions or investment solutions towards startup and SME exist, especially for these segments. And why is so? Some of the reasons that we found out from the diaspora mapping study that we did for those countries, for those 3 countries, that is Kenya, Ethiopia, and Somalia, is that trust again, and there's a huge trust in terms of, do we trust and do we have the right do we have the right regulatory framework to be able to enable investment solutions to support Islamic investment? Do we understand even the difference between the Islam as a religion, because Islamic finance is investing in Islamic faith principles. So how can we demystify the opportunities that exist and how it can be available for everyone? So the misconception, lack of information, is one of the key barriers that have limited and created there have been very few innovative solutions that can enable growth for investment in startup and SMEs across Africa. Now, like I said, what are we doing as Pangaea Trust to be able to harness and tap into these existing opportunities to, one, generate impact? Like we have seen, this is one of the key drivers to be able to create job employment and job creation, but also generate direct impact in different thematic areas. We have created Pangaea Connect, and we created the...
Well, I left, yeah, it went on well.
Sorry? All right, I guess that was not for me. All right. So we have created Pangaea Connect. Pangaea Connect is a platform that we have created in consultation and co-creation with Diaspora Network. We were able to do more than 21 stakeholder sessions in Diaspora Network. And what we wanted to establish is, one, if we were to create a platform to be able to harness on diaspora remittances, what will be the key drivers? And one that came out across and strongly is impact. Most of first generation were investing in real estate or assets. But second generation and that generation of diaspora communities are keen to generate impact and especially invest back into the countries that they originate from. Now, the question is how, and that's how Pangaea Connect came into place. And in Pangaea Connect, what we do is to identify innovative solutions that are generating impact, that are able to have trickle-down effect on the bottom of the pyramid, tackling the greatest challenges that we experience as a community across the across the continent. And how does this work? You get insights if you're willing, so you'll just go to the platform, you get insight and inspiration. We do the profiling of investment cases. We do the due diligence of all the investment cases that we have seen, but also we identify the critical areas for creating impact and the growth trajectory of these businesses and how they intend to impact and what thematic areas that they're impacting in. So you're also able to learn, and based on that, you can choose to invest, donate, or even mentor. And as part of the process, you're able to do all the legal documentation for investment. So why this? Like I said, we have a unique combination of the platform and physical program locally across the continent. We have put a very highly vetted mechanism to vet the startups and SMEs that we work with. We have a background of being Africa diaspora. Some of my co-founders have lived all their life as a second and third generation diasporas. They have invested and looking for innovative solutions to invest in the continent. And this is the way of giving back to the continent, on creating mechanism to bring capital into the continent. In the short term, we have been Sharia compliant and approved for Africa. We have investors training program, because we understand now that all the diasporas that we work with have understanding of being an investor. The people, as we were doing the study, would say, I have disposable income of around 500 to 1,000, but I don't feel it's sufficient. But if we are to consolidate and put 1,000 diaspora who have 1,000, that's sufficient capital for one venture or even two to start with. So the other thing is that we know there are other that exist, and some of those I have mentioned there. Now, like I mentioned earlier, most of the investment area for diaspora has been real estate or investing in family for education and health. But also we have seen significant increase of second generation and third generation starting to want to own businesses back home, invest in technology and innovation business, invest in innovation and technology driven businesses that can be able to generate impact and also make change and deliver change for the community that they come from. Also invest in businesses that are able to generate impact and towards the community, but also make significant change in a way of life in the communities that they come from. Now, what are the SDGs that we're impacting on? One of those is that we directly impact on is SDG 1, SDG 3, good health and well-being, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, SDG 9, industry and innovation and infrastructure, and in SDG 12, responsible for consumption and production and climate action. Thank you so much. All the businesses that we have worked with have for these, especially those we have facilitated and invested in from this approach, 42% of those who are female founders, 100% of women. We don't discriminate the population, but somehow 100% of the businesses and enterprises we have worked with for this enterprise, for this program has been youth founded. And 100% of the businesses that we have worked with, which is around 32 so far, have been have impacted on SDG. So thank you so much. As we have seen, the greatest barrier for growth and scale generating impact is access to finance, but also providing education and knowledge on how to become investor ready. And that's why we are doing what we are doing as Expandia Trust. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anne Levy, for the excellent presentation and detailed session on unlocking impact in developing economies. Thank you so much for joining us today. And since we are running 30 minutes late, we apologize for that. It's because of technical issues. Now let's quickly move on to the next speaker. Next, we have a session by Dennis Ericos, CFA. Ms. Dennis is the COO, CFO, and Investor Relations at Leonie Hill Capital, Singapore, and co-founder of Sidami Business Consulting GmbH, Switzerland. Ms. Dennis is a former corporate warrior with 27 years of solid international experience. She's an impact investment catalyst and influencer. Dennis's purpose is to merge finance and investments with impact, mindset, and movement. Her goal is to activate sustainable businesses to have a positive impact on the planet and humanity while raising awareness in investors and stakeholders of a green circular economy, creating a carbon neutral world. A climate reality leader, visible woman, board member, advisor, and mentor with positive impact, empowering smart decisions for holistic sustainability for our planet and humanity. Merging finance, investing, mindset, and movement, let me proudly invite Ms. Dennis Ericos for her session, Strategies for Blended Finance and Impact Management. Over to you, Ms. Dennis.
Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen. So you see it well? Everything is good?
Yes, I can see it. If you could make it in slideshow mode, it would be better.
Hold on, I'm going to put in this, is it better?
No, we can see all the slides and to see like.
Okay, I'm going to share again then, just open the file. Okay. You see it well?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, as you mentioned, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation to this event. It's very powerful. So hopefully I will add a bit more to the power you're creating. The topic is strategies for blended finance and impact measurements. And this is the content of my presentation. First, discussing why blended finance is important, why impact measurement and management is important, the strategies to create sustainable solutions through these instruments, and what are aligned shared values. So first of all, hold on, I'm not seeing, yeah. Now it's better. Yeah. Blended finance is important. What does blended finance do? It combines the private capital with public capital and philanthropy. And that way it mobilizes the capital going into the emerging and frontier markets. What we see in general in the life of a private equity, a company starts small, they get financing from angel investors, families, friends, that may be mentors. When it comes to the level of creating a team and creating the proof of concept to be able to market and go for the large scale, they need funding. And the funding is always costly. They either give equity from their shares, or when it comes to a certain level of growth, they can also get the debt capital. There, the role of the philanthropic capital is very important, is very powerful to give the to be a catalyst to bring the business into a level where it becomes investable. That's why this blended finance concept makes the social enterprises and many other companies, the companies investable. And investable means that the capital flow, investment flow is going to happen. Somebody's speaking. Can you please?
Sorry for that. Sorry for that. Can you please mute that person? I think it's done. Sorry.
Yeah, so the being investable is very important because it requires an awareness on the company side as much as on the investor side. And that we will be able to create when, and I will tell you about the strategies, that communication between the enterprises and the investors to create something more powerful, investable, and then the scaling up into different markets. So as a result, as I explained, it unlocks the impact investment at scale. So brings especially the public capital is large amounts and provides the de-risking for the public, for the private capital to come in. So as a result, is a mitigation to have a public funding into the businesses. And this is called the de-risking. There are different methods of doing the de-risking, like the guarantees, first loss kind of instruments. And it's very important when we create a structure to talk about and how to implement those de-risking to attract the private investors more. Facilitates the cross-sector partnerships. SDG 17 is, to me, is the most important SDG. They're all important, but without collaboration, without partnerships, without sharing, communicating, all these objectives that we set for ourselves as a company, as investor, are more difficult to achieve. But when we find the like-minded people, like-minded companies with us, in that case, we can really work and then grow faster and to achieve the mission that we put ourselves. And the significant role funding for the SDGs through direct and innovative financing. Here, I want to mainly mention innovative financing. At the moment, there is a bit less capacity, less understanding. Market infrastructure is not there yet as the ecosystem as well. However, the innovative financing is for, especially for the impact social enterprises, is very important. And the investors will be more open when the blended finance is included in the structure where, for example, through the philanthropy, there is a guarantee for the fund, or there is a trenching in the debt investors, mainly for the very much on the public side. And also the guaranteeing the loss at the beginning for the first equity investors. These are the main things that makes the investment flow to come in. And these are all innovative financing, hybrid bonds, credit investment mechanisms, outcome-based investments, impact investment funds that we see a lot, the blended finance, and also social and ethical exchange. So next is the impact measurement and management, IAM. Why is that important? As possibly you all know, it measures the social environmental impact. And each investor has a specific strategy when they look at the investment opportunities. Any capital, any type of capital. So each investor has their own strategy. They do due diligence. If it's compliance with that due diligence and the criteria, then they will go ahead and start working with that enterprise. And impact is a part of that due diligence and criteria strategy. They want to see the investors, and more, they want to see, especially family offices, venture capital investors, they want to see what impact they create on site. And on site is very important because when there is impact on site, an ecosystem can be created, a circular economy can be created, people on site can get training, can learn actually be on their own to create their agriculture industry slowly by this capital coming to those countries. The main objective is to give them independence on living in the without any more looking for the funding or support from other countries. So that's why this impact strategy is very important. And obviously all the stakeholders and investors, obviously, they decide based on that, impact investors especially. And as you know, in Europe, we have a lot of regulation coming up on the sustainability disclosures. And that is also very important. Impact measurement, impact management is increasing, is contributing much better to the accountability and transparency of the companies, and that is a very important tool to attract the investment flow as well. As I mentioned here, highlights impact to attract funding from aligned partners. This is really collaboration. And now the strategies. What are the strategies to be used, to be applied, so that sustainable solutions can be created? These are each of these bullet points is a topic on its own. Is very big topic. Now, first is finding gaps on the ecosystem. What gaps can they be? It can be the incentives, it can be barriers, it can be knowledge, it can be human capital, it can be an environment that allows the innovation, the regulatory environment, infrastructure, and even there is this landing searches where there are tools to find where to put an agriculture land, where to put the real estate investment. So there are a lot of tools at the moment to find gaps on the ecosystem so that we create a complete full one to support our lives. And the second one is the defining the role of the government. The government has three roles. They market builders, they market participant, and they market steward. And the governments, they have the control, or they have the initiative, the power to do the capacity building, meaning to create an environment where companies can be created, functional companies can be created. It can be subsidies, it can be it can be strategy, it can be regulation. The government will able to support this environment we are in to create this ecosystem, which is also this the third point. In the ecosystem, we have platforms, we have the hubs, we have intermediaries, service providers. These are all very important. That's why I call it all the time the ecosystem, because that's what the solution is, to create that as a collaboration partnership in between. And the power of philanthropy, as I mentioned, is very important. And the power of the philanthropy will increase if philanthropy capital can also be sustainable, meaning that when a philanthropic capital goes into a business, obviously philanthropy needs also finance these investments. It's based a lot on the grant capital, like many non-profits are relying on, and there is a possibility that we can create sustainable philanthropy structures connected with the innovative financing. And this is very important too, because the grants may increase less and less, may decrease more and more, and to have a sustainable structure within the philanthropy environment, then we will have a better blended finance that is more functional. And the risk management, I mentioned that one a bit before. It's more related on the first laws to attract the investors through using the financial instruments, financial strategies to be able to reduce their risk. So this is the risk management that we need to think about and apply to the structures. And this is collaboration, as I mentioned. This is all working with the banks, with the public capital, maybe government, maybe intragovernmental institutions. They all come together, and then they can create these structures to do good, especially for SMEs where they cannot have access to funding that easily. But in a fund structure or in a bond structure, those small SMEs that they want to create something good for their country or for their environment, they can get funding this way. The last two topics are more on the personal development. Leadership is the key. We really need the leaders, impact leaders in our ecosystem. And impact leaders, what does impact leaders mean? Impact is change. So it's a difference of experience as a result of an action. Impact is we do an action and we create impact somewhere. That's why we measure that impact, the net positive impact that we are creating. That's what we measure, that's what we manage, that's what we discuss with the investors. And the impact, each change maker or each impact leader can be a change maker. And how we do that? One is to align our shared values between all the parties working together, collaborating to create this environment where the investment flow goes efficiently both ways, from investor to investment, investment to investor. So next, I will talk about what does aligned share values mean. Aligned share values, there is a Japanese ikigai that clearly defines what that means. And that is also related to the leadership. So now we see, now we are all discussing and hearing, and especially on the family offices, we see a big movement on what is the purpose of the company. And that question, the purpose, is individual level, company level, in small enterprises level. At every level, we have a statement for purpose. We call it now in the corporate world the statement of purpose of a corporation. And that brings the reason of being for that company, for that individual. And when we see this ikigai, we see that if we love to do something, is not enough. If we are good at doing something, is not enough. If we only do work for our needs, is not enough. If we are only paid, is not enough. What is important here is to find the common one and then to bring this to the humanity. And that's what the impact leaders, that's what the change makers can create in the planet. And when we talk about the we are talking about the finance, of course we talk about the financial return, social return. And I'm a believer of we need financial return to attract certain investors. We need social return to attract certain investors. And we need the balance in between by saying to do something good. So this ikigai, this concept of shared values is a representation of how we can balance those relationships between philanthropy, the non-profit, profit, and public money, and how we can all come together to create those structures that are functional, that are effective, and can work, so that the overall objective of increasing the investments towards the impact projects, reducing the funding gap, we always hear about that, these can be changed that way, can be changed. But we need to be working slowly in small steps every day. A big improvement is going to create large improvements as they go along. And as we see, is the investing is in impact is a long term, is a value investing, is creating positive net impact, is not short term anymore, is not short term gains. That's the reason why only earning the return and they paid for is not enough for us. It's not enough for the companies. So that's why we all need to combine those 4 concepts of passion, mission, profession, and vocation, and then to find what is the common point. And the purpose-driven investments, I can say as well, for many investments at the moment. When we meet the investors, when we meet the enterprises, we always ask, what is your vision? What is your mission? What do you want to create as a purpose? What impact do you want to create on the long term? What short outcomes do you want to create in the short term? And these are the main questions that everyone is asking now. And this is a big awareness and a consciousness that we bring to the planet. The main thing I see at the moment is we need to work to make the transformation in the humanity, because the planet is here for millions of years. So planet is going to recover, regenerate. We need to create the environment for the planet to regenerate, and that is going to save the humanity. Therefore, all the entrepreneurs, all the investors and intrapreneurs who are the entrepreneur mind, creative individuals, impact leaders, change makers within the corporations, multinational institutions, they can create a huge difference and change by working in those companies and then giving the awareness of how we can make impact each of us, which is going to grow within the company. And at the end, you can see how much impact we can create that way. Therefore, I invite you to each individual, each company, to be a leader, to be creative, to have the courage to do things differently. We learn from the past. So now it's time to do things differently. Our mind needs to think differently. We need to transform ourselves and speak about it, to have a voice and to spread this to further to each individual, each company, each contact we have. And more we spread, more we are going to achieve the investment flow, which is going to create big change in our planet. So I give here my contact details. If you have any questions, if you want to know more about, financing side, plus the more personal development and the business coaching side, you can contact me at LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dennis, for that impactful session on strategies for blended finance and impact management. Yes, you have added more power to the summit with your session. Thank you for being the voice of transformation, for transformation.
Thank you.
Next, we have the session Impact Investing Through a Tech Transfer Strategy by Ms. Sadia Lakehall. Ms. Sadia is the CEO and founder, Imperia Industries Connect Incorporated, Canada. She is a microbiologist passionate about innovation and has a rich experience of more than 25 years in business development in the industrial sector. She focuses on industry of the future, which aims to be smart, sustainable, inclusive, and connected to socio-economic, human, environmental, and technical issues. Very active on the 4 continents, especially in MENA and Africa, Sadia aims to promote empowerment and support women in manufacturing and agribusiness and digital transformation. She launched the Global Women in Industry 4.0 Summit and the Women in AgTech Summit to energize female leadership in the era of 4th revolution and to give voice to women who have a crucial role to play in the development of sustainable and smart world. Over to you, Ms. Sadia Lakehall, for your session, Impact Investing Through a Tech Transfer Strategy.
Thank you very much, Kumal, and thank you very much for the kind introduction.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Santos, Mrs. Aparna Kumar, for this opportunity invitation. Today, we wondered how far impact investment might advance from 2022-2023. To answer this question, we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has devastated and disrupted the lives of people around the world. It has also made it even harder to achieve the SDGs. Not only will a private impact investment capital be key to funding the SDGs, but it will be also play an important role in funding solutions to problems conventionally seen as the domain of the public sector as it struggles with the new and unprecedented crisis. So today, the decision we are looking to make as investors have issue impact going forward from aspiration to achievement of SDGs. Human rights, natural empowerment, economic opportunity, employment, and health. Investing in technologies has an impact for society when there are big opportunities. It is clear digital and transfer is the future. And today, investors look for trust businesses with sustainable, valuable impact on society. It shows us how rich we are to collaborate together for great opportunities and how the positive impact investment on our community and governance for a better, inclusive, sustainable world. As a solution, I'm delighted to have a discussion on the impact investing through a tech transfer strategy. So before starting, it's really important to understand what's the tech transformation strategy, how its technology transfer best practices to support research, industries, collaboration, and commercialization. Technology transfer is the key to success in innovation. Technology transfer equal product realization. Reality is that technology transfer spans to the whole product lifestyle is to increase the size of value add of the economy, any economy. Technology transfer fund invest in new ideas to bring them to the market. They help commercial research, financial trials. For lasted advanced technologies, tech transfer is the big and the bridge from the lab to the world. So that we are committed to financing tech transfer, the path to innovation success. Technology transfer has been central to transformation economic growth over the past 40 years. Indeed, companies are increasingly relying on open innovation to develop intellectual property more quickly and more economically in order to stay ahead of the competition. Today, we are living in an area where we focus on look for impacting the future with impact investing, because success business has double definition. We still have to deliver profit, but how you or we to provide is suddenly much important. We see all around our business doing a way to treat our employees, to do and to be open on diversity? Are we sustainable in our product roadmap? All that value return back in all business, we are capital doing better. The impact investing wave to share the immense potential and significant challenges of engaging and challenging private capital toward mission-driven businesses addressing these to solve global problems. So how we can impacting the future with impact investing? And to do this and to make it in impact investment successful need leadership, integrating financial and social objective and all in equal footing. Impact investing is when invests are made with the intention to generate positive, measurable social, environment impact, all side of financial return. Future impact investing invest objective include the type of impact framework. Investing with impact, that means we maximize financing and minimize outcomes, or investing for impact, where we minimize the financing and the global, we maximize global align and outcomes. So investors do care about impact. Make sure measure profit, measure sustainable impact. The study shows us that investors pay for intention and impact creating, impact innovative is the promise of impact investing. Invests are made of different reasons. Traditionally, it's believed that value is either economic or social. But impact invest today into blend social impact and social return business is reserving new type of investment. There is a great deal more coordinate of investment along with other vehicles of technology transfer to accomplish the larger economic goals. The more coordinated of investment along with other vehicle, it's important that investments support national goals and are not purely guided by commercial interest. The goals are many of the government fund venture capital firms are focusing on experiences and advanced technology and retaining talent, not simply making money. So the one issue is the capital investor invest in business, not technology. Without an entrepreneur, we can't invest. The second basis issue, most of investment capital invest decision are driven by the quality and experiences of the entrepreneur. So it's all about investing in people and planet. And we can define simply, investing is capital, both financial and human capital, going to delivering a solution and education. Give a solution, work for biggest problem and needs for people and our environment. That the biggest opportunities, and how we can build bridge between social innovation, blended capital to create sustainable economic and social impact return. We are all in business of harnessing the human experiences. Well, we are in human need, no for some, but for everyone. So it's crucial to know that is all about the changing the way we do business and what we accept from big companies. Think about how design business development approach to design investment that make change impact so that people and investors trust in our companies to provide trusted product and services that change society incomes. The more they grow, the more they have a positive impact on society according to the result of education for change on certain best practices and certain technologies to do things differently and efficiently. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that very informative session on impact investing through a tech transfer strategy, Ms. Sadia Lekhal. Thank you so much for joining us today. And since we are running late, again, let me rush to the next speaker. We have with us Ms. Marsha Stonehill, founder of Melt the Ice LLC USA with her session, Impact Investing's Next Frontier, Remaking the World. As a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner and a clinical nurse specialist, Marsha Stonehill worked primarily in outpatient and residential settings with individuals from all walks of life. Her book, Melt the Ice, was written to validate and provide guidance to those who are more sensitive in nature and who are actively seeking better balance while navigating life challenges. She has also developed a podcast program titled Operation Flow for Fortitude, Leadership, Opportunity, Wisdom as a platform for local residents to share their inspirations and experiences as an educational source. Over to you, Ms. Marsha Stonehill, for your session, Impact Investing's Next Frontier, Remaking the World.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to be with you today. I'm going to share my screen and give you the slideshow view. Okay. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak in this category of the next frontier, remaking the world. I'm Marsha Stonehill. I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner and a clinical nurse specialist, board certified with the American Nurses Credentialing Center in the USA. Again, I would like to thank the Global Impact Investment Summit 2022 for giving me this opportunity to share today. The name of my practice is a private practice called Melt the Ice, and this name comes from a quote, "Sometimes it takes the sun a long time to melt the ice so things can come to the surface." Something that was said to me many years ago and has evolved into a very rich and deep meaning that I'm able to share with others. So how does this impact individuals, families, and communities? This presentation I'm sharing with you today is a reflection of rural communities based on experiential learning as I practiced cultural immersion in the rural county of King George, Virginia, in the USA. This immersion was voluntary and it was inspired when I heard racial inequities spoken in 2012 that made me wonder what planet I was on. Yes, clearly that thought was evidence of my own privilege and the beginning of much searching and digging, only to realize what those who have been marginalized for decades have hoped and prayed people would come to understand, people such as myself. I continue this journey of awakening and share this in anticipation of creating a ripple effect of others feeling safe to share their biases in order to make necessary progress. Because so many individuals and families are drowning in their own experiences, simply getting through a workday, taking care of children, grandchildren, managing daily chores, cooking, laundry, dealing with losses, betrayals, sickness, or other forms of hardship, it is easy to think we can relate to or understand a difficult experience of another and consequently push back or dismiss the message being relayed. When a person is in what is typically a marginalized group, whether it be related to race, being of a religion other than Christianity, since this is the prominent religion in the USA, LGBTQ, or disability, be it physical or mental, those who conform otherwise are being asked by Melt the Ice to take a closer look. Look at the actual human experience, not the politics, not a detached review of a historical timeline, but at the actual human experience. Are we listening? Melt the Ice in motion looks like creating the space for the painful experiences and expressions to be exposed. So if bias is present, it is by choice and not by a lack of information. In this regard, one of the things I came to realize in this immersion experience that was most alarming is the fact that people who lived through the Jim Crow era in the USA are walking among us. As we are taught to think this was so long ago, the consequent disregard and disconnect that ensues only perpetuates the pain. When the conversations of the impact of the trauma and horrors either do not occur, are dismissive in nature, or are blatantly denied or rejected as a distortion of reality, then all of us as a collective remain circulating in a perpetual cycle of pain. This leads me to one of my favorite quotes by R.D. Laing. There is a great deal of pain in life, and perhaps the only pain that can be avoided is the pain that comes from trying to avoid pain. There are many reasons that people do not want to discuss painful events that have occurred in their lives. First and foremost is when a person who shares their pain does not get that pain validated, then re-traumatization has occurred. We cannot continue to circulate superficially as if all we need to do is have a fun time together or create a business contract, as this too is avoidance of the necessary deeper healing. I believe that each of us is more than capable of developing the skills necessary to have human interactions that are healing and transformative. Simply stated, I like to break us down into 4 parts: the mind zone, the ego zone, the emotion zone, and the spirit zone. My aim is to challenge each one of us to base our interactions from a very compassionate and empowered space characterized within our spirit zone. Let me inform you that communication is a skill. Just because someone can talk does not mean they can communicate. And this communication must be adopted by all of us, not just by a mental health provider, not just by a priest or minister, not just by a mentor. The reality is that even some of these folks sometimes avoid these provocative conversations. It is through our day-to-day interactions that healing or more trauma can occur. Which do you want to create? Shifting from secrets for survival to revealing experiences for growth and understanding. The avoidance and paralysis we currently operate in of hiding the truth of the trauma of these human experiences, as different as they may be from person to person, continues to have a ripple effect among all of us, since all of our individual beliefs and actions make an impact on those around us. People in these marginalized groups have asked me, how did you not see it? How did you not know? I believe, again, this speaks to my privilege. It's so blatant for those who are experiencing it. It is perplexing. But then once you see it, you can't not see it. There is no explanation other than because it is not my experience. There is no way for me to know except for you to tell me. Here is where the vicious cycle must stop. The majority or privileged perspective seeks to tell the marginalized how to become a conforming member of society, or that they are simply wrong to think, feel, or see things the way they do. What does leadership look like in your community? Is it diverse? If not, is there programming to foster diverse representation? We all know what inhibits conversations, and therefore what fosters revealing conversations. What keeps one from using their voice, speaking their truth? We know the answer to this. It's fear of retaliation, the psychological discomfort related to the resistance that can be brought forth, concerns for physical safety. When groups of people have been traumatized, we must provide the space to heal the trauma rather than circulating in superficial discussions, or as if we can just do fun things together and then all will be well. It's more than a business discussion. It's more than dollars. It's people. It's investing in the well-being of people. It's capitalizing on a confidence that people are speaking their truth. Rule settings seem to be stuck. How? Why? For example, when you have a population of about 26,000, this is similar to some college campuses. The smaller the population count, the more people know about each other. The extremist may not be a stranger. They might be your neighbor, disguised to all except those who are marginalized. Oftentimes, when you have smaller populations, there are people who are very closely related and distantly related. People went to school together, worked together. So how do we empower people to push through the resistance, the judgments, and the harassments that can arise? Moving from division to understanding, it gets even more complicated, right? Because there's division within division. What is meant by this? Can we establish a flow with one another? How and when did gossip, criticism, and judgment become the norm? Again, we are more than capable of learning to communicate in ways that opens understanding and fosters safety, love, and acceptance, no matter how someone might be different from you. Though hate and evil will always exist, there are a majority who absolutely want to function in safety, peace, and love. These are the people who must step out of their comfort zones, not rely on a single leader to do the right thing, and they need to share their truth for the greater good. Melt the Ice in Motion seeks to take these revealing conversations from private spaces to public spaces for the purpose of learning, growth, and opportunity for the necessary next phase of progress many are hungry for, many have been praying for, and many are ready to embark on in a peaceful manner. Please visit the Operation Flow podcast as an example of an effort in this direction. This is not a time to sit back and pray for the right thing to happen. This is a time to use your voice assertively, not aggressively, no longer embodied by fear, but transformed by a hope that telling the truth will awaken a majority to stand collectively for the greater good. May we not be deceived by the thought or message, "It's not that bad around here." I have witnessed initial resistance transform into understanding when the human experience is brought to the table. There is still much work to be done to reveal the truths that will help foster this necessary progress. So I ask each of you to melt the ice so things can come to the surface. May we do this as individuals, in our families, and as communities. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to share this experience. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much, Marsha, for sharing that wonderful presentation on a very important topic. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your journey of Melt the Ice. With that, we come to session 2. Thank you. With that, we come to the end of session 2, and let's move on quickly to our session 3. We have our next set of powerful speakers joining us now on session 3. Let's begin with the session Impact Investing for the ESG and Metaverse Convergence by Dr. Alex G. Lee. Dr. Alex G. Lee is an emerging technology innovation, sustainable business, and investment strategy expert with 30 years of experience in the high-tech industry. He is a CEO and principal consultant at Tech IPM LLC, partner at Vincula Group, a New York State attorney and US patent attorney. He is the founder of the Enterprise Industrial Metaverse Forum, Digital Twins plus AI plus blockchain plus IoT plus XR convergence, and ESG plus digital transformation. Over to you, Dr. Alex Lee, for your session, Impact Investing for the ESG and Metaverse Convergence.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me for this fascinating event. Yeah, it's supposed to be I'm in Boston, but I'm traveling now in South Korea, so it's nearly the early, like 11. Now is 11:41 p.m. now. Okay, so thank you for the opportunity for this fantastic talk that I'm going to give you. So I'm going to start my screen sharing. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can see. If you could put in slideshow mode, that would be better.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so my topic, as you see, that is impact investing for the ESG and metaverse convergence. So you may be familiar with the ESG and they are related to impact investing, but what is the matter with the metaverse and their convergence? So I will explain you. Okay, so this is a set the stage that you actually through this event you learn about a lot of the aspect of the impact investing related to ESG and sustainability. So UN like a sustainable development goal and the global effort for the climate change risk management, and also like a lot of the like government sectors, and also like individual companies looking for the like transition to the net zero, and then also like for example ESG management in a company embedded, like how about the business leader about the sustainable business is mainstream, and also like a huge invest money ESG asset hits like a 53 trillion in the year 2025, and then it's like 1/3 of the global like under asset under management. And then each company it talk about like a stakeholder like economy and the stakeholder capitalism. So under this environment, and then we think about the what is the fundamental of the ESG management consideration, and one is the risk factors that you need to think about it, and also like you need to think about what will be the like through this risk, what kind of opportunity you have. But the most important thing is impact. So actually what you really want to impact through this kind of ESG management and also like ESG investment. So today's topic is invest through the impact. So the most important factor that you need to think about is usually that you know about the ESG is like a financial measurement. Actually, the investors are using these ESG factors to measure the company's performance to bring to like this kind of effort to how the company will manage their like ESG factors. But most important thing is that what you really want to measure. So actually you want to measure impact. You want to change the society and you want your environment or something like that. But the current situation is not. So actually all the ESG effort that they want to measure is not actually the impact. So by that reason, you know that this UN, the UN Sustainable Goal, like they also developed how actually you measure impact separately. So you can see that they published last year in the SDG impact standards for the individual companies and private equity fund and bond insurers. So having said that, actually how you can measure the impact. So I summarized something that every aspect of like each part of the 17 goal of the SDG, and actually how actually you can measure and what kind of like a best practice or something like this. So I cannot go through over this, but I'm going to share my presentation with you later. So I want you to see that there are many sophisticated ways to you measure the impact. For example, this kind of thing that I made it for every aspect of the SDG goal, and then how you measure it. So impact investing is to based on this measurement. So how you can measure this impact, and then you may hear about what is the impact investment. So here is one thing that for impact investing is one of the part of the impact investing methodology. So there are many kind of the impact investing, the ESG management or ESG investing, but I think that the impact investing is one of the sophisticated and most advanced way to invest is through your ESG capital. And so you see that you may because already know about these fundamentals. So what is the impact investing? So most important thing is that impact investing is not just for the invest for the social value or the environmental value. They also looking at the profit as exactly what the investing is going. So they're looking for actually you may know about a triple bottom line. So you want to through this impact investing, not only you can have impact in the social and environment, but also do you want to have a profit as a traditional way to your return on investment. So here is one thing that, for example, in the year 2020, annual impact investors survey, there is a 294 impact investors. It is the numbers and the fund increasing and ever more. So they are looking for the a new target, to change how they changing through this fund, how to changing this society and environment. So what I'm going to talk about today is a new opportunity, new ways actually that they're looking for is metaverse. So what is a metaverse? Metaverse is a way to we want to develop a new world. So we are living in the Earth. This is a one Earth. And then based on this Earth, we have limited resources. And then you know that what happened that this is climate change because we exploiting our limited resources too much use natural resources. We produce a lot of carbon emission or something like that. So we want to explore the new world. That's a digital world. So we want to looking at based on this our digital evolution and digital technology innovations that we want to build a new world is based on a convergence of the physical world and virtual world. So for example, that the Meta, the Facebook before, the Mark Zuckerberg last year announced that they want to build up this kind of the new world, and then they changed their company name as a Meta. They want to change and build up this kind of new digital world. Why are we doing? Because they want to benefit real world based on this digital world. Because in the digital world, they call a dematerialization. We don't have any limitation in the resources. We don't have any limitation of time or something like that. So we want to use this virtual world to make our world more sustainable, more people can live better. So that's a trend. And then what will happen now is that Gartner is one of the key driving force in the consulting in innovation. They predict 25% of people will spend at least 1 hour per day in a metaverse by year 2026. So one example, maybe not using this Roblox. Roblox is kids enthusiastic about this entering this Roblox. The enjoying game, but this is not just enjoying game, it's a world that can gather together and interact. And then you will see a lot of this kind of the new world in as ever years coming. And then so this will be one of the part of the everyday life. And then also they will generate huge economic potential. So they can generate $13 trillion in new economics. That's why that we want to end. And then also a fortune and make we are going into our representation avatar is a digital representation of us. We will go into the metaverse, and then they will work for us like a robot, right? You can imagine. And then recently time, they like have a like headline storytelling about like what will be the life in the metaverse. So it is a global report, and then it is going, and it will happen. So it's like us, that we need to think about it should be sustainable. And then to make it sustainable, we can think about how to make this sustainable. We want to like invest as impact investing. So we want to invest this metaverse world better, like more like sustainable in environmentally and sustainable in society and for the benefit for the people. So that's a motivation that we want interesting point that how actually the using this impact investing fund to drive the new digital world much sustainable. This is a point that I want to go. So I'm not going to talk about much, but this is technical detail, how we actually build up this kind of the convergence of new and the virtual world, and then how will it looks like in the future, something like that. I want to let you see that in the later. But this is a trend, and there are many trials in, for example, like fashion and retail. Every industry that is a boom that they want to build a virtual world based on their real life world. You will see that like exactly same world in the virtual in the future. So this is one architecture that what kind of technology they will bring. And then they will bring like you know, like a 5G, like a networking, computing, cloud computing, and like for example, virtual reality device. And they on top of that, actually, they will build a new world, and they will give you experience, new experience, like a meeting in. This is exactly the same thing, like a Zoom meeting, but in the future, Zoom meeting will be 3D, and then your avatar and my avatar will go there. The technology provide as if you are in the same space. They're called immersive and like more reality they provide. So this is one example. But the application is limited to some event. They will provide office, and then they will provide the virtual shop. They will provide like a virtual game, and also like other like even the factory. In like they will provide like a virtual tourism or something like that. Okay, so having said that, why we think about this metaverse? Actually, the build a metaverse also, like as I mentioned, the metaverse is a convergence of the real world in the virtual world. So actually, through this metaverse, they benefit physical world. For example, for example, like we want to like make more energy uses green. So usually called like renewable energy is they want to replace the traditional energy that generate a lot of carbon. So we for this kind of metaverse, actually, I'm not going to detail, but actually build up this one that they will provide a more efficient, effective way to manage your like renewable energy source. You can think of like a wind turbine, and then they provide a lot of electricity, but how you can manage your like electric system. They will build up through this metaverse, and then they can control in the remotely, that they will provide a more better way to manage your renewable resources. And then another way, actually, that you can think about it, like for example, virtual shop. So even you're not visiting your like actual store, you can explore a lot of the new products or something like that. So by doing that, actually, there are a lot of benefits. One is actually the people don't want, they do not need to travel, so they will generate a lot of carbon, and they not use a lot of the energy, and then like reduce like for example this kind of for in the retail store that they provide like how actually that you produce your product based on like exact measure of the what kind of the product will be required in the market. So actually through this kind of virtual like interaction, that they can imagine that what kind of the product you need to produce. So they will only produce only you need. This is exactly the same thing. Like think about like for example in the fashion industry, a lot of the fashion, the clothes, like they are the generate, but they don't know about how many clothes are needed in the worldwide. So actually they generate, over generate, and once they actually no needs from the customers, they will be like discarded like a waste. So they waste like a resources, natural material. They like use like the water and the energy and raw material. Actually, then you don't need to use that if they have an exact measure what kind of need in the market. And the so actually that they produce less like greenhouse gas. But this is one example that how the metaverse will help you to make your society or your like environment more sustainable. And as I mentioned, that they are for example, they are also working in like a factory, but they provide more smarter way to produce your product. So by this way, actually, there was the same thing. They can make your product more sustainable, and then they like go over all supply chain that they have a visibility, and that they're looking at the whole life cycle. So they actually they contribute to how you make a product more circular. So this is one example the metaverse can provide you. And also even the city, right? We a lot of people are living in the big city, and then we can use these metaverse, and then they make more cities sustainable and smart. So the people and then all the like transportation and buildings, they can make more less use energy and less use of resources or something like the same storytelling as I do before. So this is the one way actually that you can save a lot of the energy and you can make more better environments for this kind of metaverse. Okay, so but you need to think about that metaverse also like they also like in the negative effect. For example, they use some blockchain technology, and then blockchain technology require a lot of the like energy consumption. Not sure what you know about this technology. For example, Bitcoin. Then they want to build up some Bitcoin. They require a lot of huge amount of the energy. So in some way, we need to think about how we're balancing the positive way to impact the society and the environment, but also you need to care about the reduce this negative effect. So actually the recent trend is that this kind of all like the technical guys and all like big companies that build up this kind of, they form the like standard organization, and mostly that, as I mentioned, they want to build up this new world as more sustainable and responsible, and make people and then make environment, make other people get a more like a sustainable and then more valuable society they can want to build up. So this is the side actually that you are thinking about, that the how actually that this kind of impact investing can like to put their money through this kind of the new opportunity to build up new like a digital world can support our physical world. And then this kind of impact investing will be the one of the key driver to make this kind of innovators. They provide their money to these innovators, and then they using this money not only to make a new innovation, to make that do have some business and starters and make money, more product service, but also like they can build up the like impact to the society, like the people environment more better. So this is why I talk about this is a new like area, frontiers for the impact investing. And then through this impact investing, through this is a convergence in the ESG and socially the metaverse, you will have like actually driving that our society more better in environmentally and social. And this is one example that this is one actual case that I'm working on actually. That this is the point that actually the reason I'm building, I'm collaborating with some Korean company in the fashion industry that to make this industry much better. So as I mentioned, that we build up like a metaverse for this actual like a fashion industry, and from the like designers to like and the customers, all process will be measured by the digital, and then they will convert your like a digital your like a clothes. They will make your like clothes as digital, and then they will provide the metaverse clothes. And this is a trend that the virtual clothes like will be the exist with your actual clothes. By this way, actually, you will build up the more economic return, and also like make fashion industry more sustainable. And then you know that fashion industry is like 1.5 trillion global market, but also like they are notorious anti-ESG and circular economy. So this kind of effort that actually collaborate with like innovative company in South Korea and in the fashion industry, my role is to make this more like innovative way to like make metaverse and the beer industry is much sustainable environment, and then also like we care about the supply chain more like socially and responsible. And then through this way, actually, that we are looking for like build up this kind of new impact investing to have this industry. So this is my goal, that using the, for example, blockchain technology and new ways of decentralized organization. And then I'm talking with like the traditional funding side, like to build up this kind of new impact investing fund to like to make this kind of happen, like supporting this kind of new initiative, like even the fashion industry and other industry can make our world better. So that's it. So that's one that I want to talk about today. Thank you for attending, and thank you for hearing my.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alex, for that very informative session. We know it's very late there. Still, we are grateful. We are really grateful to you. Thank you so much for joining us in this summit and speaking on this very important topic. Thank you so much. Next, we have a session by Rajiv YSR on energy transition or back to fossils in the time of energy crisis. Mr. Rajiv YSR, who is a dynamic and motivational leader with more than 12 plus years of experience in P&L, sales, strategy, operations, product, and project management. He has been recently recognized as the 40 under 40 India's young dynamic EV electric vehicle leaders. He has been evangelizing and crusading the electric vehicle adoption, representing EVs in various national and international platforms. He's a mentor to startups and entrepreneurs and business coach, and has so far coached more than 50,000 participants through online and offline modes. Let's listen to Rajiv YSR as he speaks on the topic, energy transition or back to fossils in the time of energy crisis. Over to you, Rajiv.
Thank you, Ms. Aparna, and a very good evening to all the co-speakers. Wonderful takeaways from all of you. Thank you very much for enlightening all of us on various wonderful topics. Now, today I have a very sensitive and a very interesting topic at hand, right? Unfortunately, the 2020s, which have been longing since my childhood, right? Because most of the, I would say, goals of the government, most of the things are, I would say, circled or pivoted around 2020, right? Even the year also is very fancy. But once we enter 2020, I'm sure all of us longed, when would this year end, right? I mean, we are very fortunate that we are still alive and sharing and talking to each other, but then the COVID menace that it has created, and then it took many lives from among us. So unfortunately, 2020 has not been a great start. Then we thought, okay, 2021 could be better. That's not a great start either, because again, we saw multiple versions of COVID coming and hitting. Then we thought, okay, at least 2022, let there be peace and let there be prosperity and let there be calmness and let there be joy. And then unfortunately, we are all condemned and confronted by the war that's happening between Russia and Ukraine. So things seems to be pretty much gray and dark at this point of time. Not really, I would say, rosy when you look from the global perspective. And you know, if at all there is any industry, or if at all there is any, I would say, sector that has got the biggest impact upon it, is the energy sector, right? Because of the COVID, the demands have come down, the supply chain was completely disrupted, number one. And then we saw the coal crisis that was created last year in China, where again the complete global, I would say, supply chain in terms of the energy was disrupted, number two. And now during the Russia and Ukraine war, with a lot of sanctions that are happening, and also, right, the supplies being disrupted, we see a lot of outage, right, in the power. Now, when things are happening in this direction and in this context, two questions come to each one of us, right? The questions are, number one, do we still really need to look for a different source of energy, or do we need to strengthen the supply chain of existing fossil fuel energies, right? Now, my attempt in this next 10 to 15 minutes is, will we bite, the low-hanging fruit of going back to the fossil fuels, or do we endure and tarry and pursue the bigger and the noble cause that we have in front of us? With this, let me welcome you all to this wonderful talk. I am Rajiv ISR, and I'll be your speaker tonight, this evening. And I really want to thank the GCPIT team and Mr. Santosh and Ms. Aparna for this wonderful opportunity that's given. So the topic that is given is energy transition or back to fossils in the time of energy crisis. Well, first let us understand why the aspect of energy transition, right, in the first place. Here are certain interesting facts that I'm bringing to your notice, certain interesting data, which I'm sure will kind of scare you. Of course, my intent is not to say that the end times are here, but then the way things are, it appears as if the end times are already here. So since the time the temperature has been recorded, that is from early 1900s, we see that the average temperature of the Earth has been consistently rising. And we are at this point of time around 1 to 1.5 degrees centigrade. If we do not act now, we would be reaching a situation of plus 3 degrees centigrade. Now, what do we mean by plus 3 degrees centigrade? Plus 3 degrees centigrade means it's an irreversible phenomenon. Whatever we do after that, we would never be able to get back to the previous condition of what Earth is. And also, what does it mean? It means that there is a complete disruption and disturbance in the complete life and value chain that we have around. Not just that, if you look at the rise in the global sea levels, since 1870, the global sea levels have raised by 8 inches. And again, if we do not contain the global warming and then the fossil fuel emissions, the expectation is that by 2100, the sea level from 8 inches would raise to 3 feet, roughly 0.9 meters. Well, you might ask, what is big deal? 8 inches and 3 feet are just numbers. Well, this is what I have for you. If at all we reach that place of 2100 where we allow the global sea levels to raise up to 3 feet, let me tell you, more than half of the world's population would be submerged in water. And this is what the particular, I would say, image for you to talk about where the majority of impact would be. Well, if you think these are all hypotheses, well, let me draw your attention to the facts that are, or to certain trends that are being measured for the past 20 years. So the one that you have in front of you is the Arctic Sea, which captures the images of the ice that has been formed recently and ice that has been existing perennial. Now, for the past, I would say 40 years, since 1980s to 2010, right? For the past 30 years, if you see, the older ice is getting melted faster. And then the first year ice formation is smaller, which means that the sea level increase, which we are talking about 2100, where it would be I would say a 3 feet increase, the pre-shadow of that is already witnessed through the rising sea levels and then the melting ice in the Arctic region. Now, even if you look at the temperatures over the past years, again, since the record keeping began in 1895, always the latest year has been recorded as the warmest year. There is something important for us to note. Now, if the same trend continues without any check, let me tell you, we are doing a great injustice to the future generations, to our children, our children's children, ensuring that we are leaving a planet which is unviable and unsustainable for their living. Well, that's why the policymakers came together, right? And then they said that, hey, we will not allow such things to happen. And hence, a multiple, I would say, policies multiple initiatives have been taken. Global warming, changing climate patterns are no longer theories on the textbooks, but we are also in a way victims of those catastrophic effects. Now, what are those catastrophic effects? Simple: extreme weather conditions, rising sea levels, plants and animal species extinction, ocean acidification, and of course, major shifts in the climates, which are again unprecedented until now in the history of mankind. Let me tell you, if you are thinking that, okay, these are all certain events that are yet to happen, the doomsday is yet to come, let me tell you, it's already here. I'm not sure how many of you at this point of time are joining from Europe. Europe and UK at this point of time are facing one of the fiercest and hottest summers they ever experienced in their history. The extremes or the impact of this, the heat is such a way that the signboards, the roads started melting and giving away, right? And people are now coming out to understand what needs to be done. I mean, climate change is nothing, not a phenomenon of future, but it is a catastrophe that we are facing now. And having seen that, the president of US already announced, right, modest climate change actions, and he is pledged to do much more than what is being done. So let me tell you, my friends, whatever we are talking about in terms of climate change or global warming or the fossil fuels polluting the world or the planet, it's not a question of choice that we will go back to the fossil fuels, because here we are answering a question of survival, not just for the future generations, but also for our generations and these times. And that's where many policies took place or took birth, starting from the Climate Action Plan in 2013, followed by the Paris Agreement in 2016, where 73 countries came together to combat against the climate change, where the United Nations Framework for Convention on Climate Change has been resolved and launched. And not just that, from the Paris Agreement of UNFCCC, even to COP26, we talk about countries and the governments coming together and making their pledge public and even more stronger than ever before to fight this climate change. In fact, if at all there is anything that the world is battling together, even much fiercer than the terrorism, it's the climate change. Let me tell you, even in the context of the Afghanistan and Taliban the war, or in the context of Ukraine and Russia, the world still stands divided. But if it is there anything, that the whole world comes on one single point and then say that, yes, this is the enemy and that needs to be fought against, that's the climate change. That's why there are multiple campaigns that are in place, whether it is EV100 campaign, RE100 campaign, or the initiatives by the TCG Group or World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Many such kind of different campaigns are happening. Now, why is what we have seen. Now, let me not spend too much time on this, but now let me talk about how. Well, why is an answer to the question that will we go back to the fossil fuels because we are facing an energy crisis now? The answer is we have no choice to go, but we need to pursue and need to endure and we need to continue on the path that is set in front of us, which is moving in the direction of renewables. Now, how do we do that? Well, there are enough policies, enough frameworks, and enough roadmaps that have been created. And let me talk about some of those initiatives and some of those action plans through which we would be able to overcome the existing energy crisis, yet proceeding and yet focusing more on building this crisis or coming out of this crisis through a sustainable and renewable way. Now, from 2020 to 2050, if you look at different consumers of energy, whether it is buildings or transports or industries or electricity and heat applications or any other, right from 2020 to 2050, multiple initiatives are being taken to reduce the emissions of carbon dioxide from these activities. Whether it is at this point of time, if you see, there are no new sales of fossil fuel boilers that are happening. In fact, other than the coal plants, and then other than the mines that have been already allowed, no new mines are being allowed at this point of time. No new and oil gas fields are being approved for development. Then again, we are talking about buildings becoming zero carbon or carbon neutral buildings. We are also talking about electric cars becoming 60% of the total sales of the global cars by 2030. Not just the EV technology, many more technologies, be it the green hydrogen, be it the pumped hydrogen storage, which I'm going to talk about in the future, in the coming slides, are going to come into place. And then most appliances and the cooling systems that we use, both at domestic and then the industry, are going to be the best in class in terms of energy efficiency. 50% of heavy trucks are going to be either electric or hydrogen fuel driven. No new ICE vehicles, that means internal combustion vehicles, are going to be produced. In fact, many of the OEMs voluntarily came forward and declared that by 2030, they would stop producing the ICE vehicles, be it Volvos or be it or the General Motors, right? Most of them, they made a statement that they are not going to produce or invest into this. And the world would continue to focus towards the net zero emissions by 2050. And there are many such kind of initiatives that would be taken as we go forward. Now, let me talk about the share, how the share of the electricity generation through different sources is going to change between the advanced economies and then the emerging markets and then the developing nations. But I told you already, the climate change is not just for the advanced economies to fight against, or nor it is just for the emerging and developing nations to fight against. It is a common enemy which has to be fought together, and that's why we see many of the developed economies are funding wonderful projects in the emerging markets and developing nations. So between 2010 to 2015, you see there is a drastic, I would say, point that I would like you all to notice here. The contribution of renewables among the emerging markets and then the developing economies is going to be much more in terms of electricity generation when compared to the developed advanced economies. So what does this mean? This means the shift in the technology, the shift in the mindset has already begun. Well, so far, when it comes to renewables, we probably would have heard only solar and wind. Well, solar and wind will continue to play a major role. But as I mentioned in the previous slide, new technologies and new way of building energy, new way of generating energy are going to come soon. And let me talk about some of them. And then probably I will take off. So we spoke about solar, we spoke about wind, and now we are talking about pumped hydro storage, right? The energy being stored in the form of hydel power and is tapped in when it is needed. I'm going to explain that. Well, we also spoke about hydrogen fuel cells as an alternative to lithium and cobalt, I would say, based batteries for electric vehicles. But let me tell you, it is not just about hydrogen. Now the governments and the companies and then the industry are talking about green hydrogen. And let me also spend some time in explaining both of them. So let's first talk about what is the new technology called pumped hydro storage that is emerging across the world and even more so among the emerging and developing nations. So when the demand is high, the water flows from the upper reservoir to the lower reservoir, and in the process, the power plant chamber produces electricity which is supplied to the grid. This is during the daytimes when the industries, the domestics and offices and everything will be functional, and when the demand of electricity is high. And during the night time, when the demand of electricity is low, where we call the times of low value energy, the same grid, electricity from the same grid is used to pump back the water from the lower reservoir to the upper reservoir and again store the water there to generate the hydel power. Look at this wonderful, I would say, circular way of building the energy and conserving the energy, preserving the energy and consuming the energy. So this is quickly for you on how the technologies are going to change going forward. While we talk about the brown and the gray and the blue hydrogens at this point of time, brown hydrogen is nothing but hydrogen being generated. Hydrogen, I mean, what is hydrogen as a fuel? So in the place of the petrol and diesel that we have for energy generation, people would use hydrogen, right? And if that hydrogen is generated through the regular carbon fuel, I would say derivatives, whether it is coal or oil, that's called brown hydrogen. And if that particular hydrogen is further developed by these two technologies, but then it is still stored without the carbon dioxide being emitted into the atmosphere, it's called blue hydrogen. And if renewables are used in developing this hydrogen, that's what we call as green hydrogen. So we are not just talking about hydrogen, we are talking about green hydrogen. And let me tell you, once the renewables in terms of solar, wind, green hydrogen and pump storage come into picture, all the needs, all the electricity and energy needs would be completely met by the renewables. And then our dependence on fossil fuels is going to come down. Now, again, I've captured 3 different applications of industry, transport, and buildings. And you see here, either in terms of industry, or in terms of transport, or in terms of the domestic and then the buildings, the dependence on the fossil fuels is going to come from 2010 to 2050, where we are working towards a net zero emission planet or a globe. Let me tell you, my friends, this is not a choice that we have. This is a mandate that we need to follow. Again, as I told you, many automobile companies voluntarily announced to move away, to shift their production from ICE-based vehicles to the electric or the hydrogen cell-based vehicles. And a lot of money is being pumped into the green mobility as well. So with this, I'm sure that we are all more than convinced that we cannot afford to go back to fossil fuels for this momentary crisis that we have all experienced. It's time for us to endure, to tarry, because of the bigger cause that we have in front of us, to make sure the planet and the globe is sustainable for not just the future generations, but also for us. The doomsday is not anything that is in the future. The doomsday is already here. And with this is Raju YSR signing off for tonight. And these are the credentials through which we can always stay connected. Once again, thank you very much for the Global Council and Promotion of International Trade. And thank you very much for the organizers of this Global Impact Investment Summit. And once again, it's a great opportunity to share my 2 cents of thoughts and views with all such wonderful viewers and great speakers. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Raju YSR, for that very powerful session. And it was really an important topic on climate action and the importance of EVs. Thank you so much for joining us today and enlightening us with your experience.
Thank you very much.
Now, thank you. Now we have another very powerful speaker joining us all the way from Nigeria, Dr. Faith Nwobia. Dr. Faith is a founder and president, Youth Hub Global. His journey towards self-discovery is rooted in his vision, courage, and determination. A very humble beginning that started in his days as a classroom teacher, earning less than $50 monthly, and even as a graduate as he continued job hunting. He later got employment with Union Bank of Nigeria after 6 years of job hunting, where he experienced unemployment firsthand. In March 2020, in the wake of COVID-19, the drive for creating a single platform that connects and empowers the youth, primarily to fight youth unemployment, led him to start Youth Hub Global. He also sits on different boards of startups offering business advice. He has received many awards and recognitions for his contributions to humanity. The most notable is the honorary doctorate degree from Global Overhead University, USA. Over to you, Dr. Faith Nwobia, for your session, Unlocking Impact in Developing Economies.
Thank you so much. Please confirm you can hear me clearly.
Yes, I can hear you, and you can put the
Thank you so much for having me today in this great gathering of great personalities, Global Summit for Impact Investment. pleased to be part of this ongoing discussion and to add my voice to amazing people that I've been listening to. So I wouldn't waste much of time. I will jump in immediately to discussing what I've got to share with this community. So I'm talking on unlocking impacts in developing economics. So I'll just quickly look at the focus of the discussion that I will be having in a few minutes. I'll look at developing economies and the impact gap. I'll look at the key drivers to impact developing economics, and then I will quickly look at youth economics, a term that I coined to explain further on how we could incorporate the young people. Then I will also quickly look at Utidia as a solution project towards all the points raised. I'll quickly look at the development matrix, which every one of us understand, the matrix of development for comparison's sake between the developing economies and then developed economies. For every developing economies, the definition is that they are yet to achieve to a considerable level when it comes to the HDI. The long and healthy life, which has to do with the life expectancy index, and then the knowledge base, which has to do with the education index, and then you are looking at the decent standard of living. So this is how we view economies, and at the level where you are determines whether you are developed or whether you're developing, or maybe perhaps you are even struggling to start. So this is how we would classify developing economies and developed. But then we know that for the developing economies, they are yet to achieve considerably, when it comes to the benchmark of the UNDP that defined the HDI. So I'll quickly look at the developing economies and the impacts gap. So social inequality is still a widening issue in developing economies that is being characterized by gaps in human development index, like I've mentioned. Experts estimate that a total of 30 million children in sub-Saharan Africa do not attend school, and this is a very worrisome rate. And we are also looking at 54% of them are girls. If you could see more of them in Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Niger, they are the one leading the charts. So these are worrisome issues when it comes to the social inequality that we find in developing economies. And this is where we have the impact gap, or what you could call the development gap. And then if you're looking at this development gap, you now ask yourself further questions. Of course, if you look at the macroeconomic objectives of every nation, we are looking at how much you are able to achieve price stability, how much you are able to achieve global, unemployment. Address unemployment, achieve full employment opportunities. You are looking at your favorable balance of trade and payment, and then you're looking at your equitable distribution of income. These are the macroeconomic objectives, of course. But then if you're looking at another issue, there is the full employment opportunity, which of course has eluded most of the developing economies. In developing economies today, we have the problem of unemployment, and majorly among the young people, who we classify as the active population, such that in South Africa, over 50% of youth are regarded as not employed. That is the unemployment rate, which is fueled by skill gap. Because when we looked at the issues surrounding the unemployment that we see in most developing economies, we see that it's created by the structural unemployment, which means there is a shift in technology. And because there is a shift in technology, the knowledge requirement has also shifted. But what we have seen is that over time, the curriculum that are being used to teach and groom these young people are still very outdated, and they are not relevant to the recent issues and problems. And then they are not industry ready when they finally graduate from the universities or from colleges and then polytechnics, as we have in most of these developing countries. So there is the issue of skill gap, which is, of course, as a result of lack of quality education. So this has also created the problem of brain drain, which we have seen over the years. In numbers, many African and other developing countries are dying in their multitude across the Mediterranean Sea, looking for opportunities outside of the shores of these of their countries. Where are they going, and where are they taking such a risk? They are doing that because they're looking for greener pastures outside. And why that is the case? Because there are no opportunities around, and they are looking for a way to equip themselves to support themselves. So you also have another issue in terms of the impact gap in the area of health facilities. Every time you see that one leader or one executive is flying to other parts of the country to get attention in health. But these are the things that we could also fix here and then ensure that we support our economy. There is also a problem of poverty and hunger that is still ravaging our people, lack of access to clean water and other eco-friendly activities. These are all in increase. So if you look at it critically, you will find out that there is a huge impact gap, which you could call development gap in developing economies. But then we are looking at the key drivers that could impact developing economics. And I'm saying that from all that I've looked at and from my research so far, I'm looking at the fact that we should capitalize on investments in human capital development, which of course will ensure that we will improve in access of affordable quality education. This quality education has to be affordable. That is very key. It's key that we need to emphasize that, of course, there is need for quality education, but looking at the income level of many people here in developing economies, there is need to make them affordable. And then we need to understand the kind of programs we want to include in our education system. The education system presently in most of the developing countries, especially in Nigeria and other parts of Africa and across other developing countries, are still ones that are much of theory-based. They are not much of practical-based. So that is why I included apprenticeship programs. They also need to be emphasized so much in all our programs that has to do with supporting skill development, more of skill over certificates as it takes. These are the ways we could help address the problem of youth unemployment. We need to invest so much in supporting skill acquisition, in supporting digital literacy, in order to support young people so that on their own, they are equipped to fight unemployment. Not everybody that the government will provide a job for. So, but if you have equipped these people, they will be able to fend for themselves and support their families. Now, you're also looking at investment in technology that will encourage social and innovative projects across all sectors and inclusive opportunities to all communities, particularly in education, agriculture, health, manufacturing, and trade. We need to make it possible for people to have access to this technology, because as it stands now in developing economies and most young people, just a very few that have access to some of this technology, as we keep mentioning. It is not what is available to everybody. There are still a whole lot that are underrepresented, and we need to push it to education for all to ensure that whatever it is that we are discussing here gets to the underserved communities that we have across these developing countries. So technology will be a great enabler and a great driver in supporting impact to developing economics. We will also not forget the angle that is very critical in developing economies, which is our informal sector. Of course, everybody knows that the informal sector in most developing countries, Africa, of course, control over 70% of its economic activities. You can imagine such a chunk being taken not serious. So we need to start taking the informal sector of developing economies very serious in such a way that we're able to support them and bring it to mainstream. By bringing it to mainstream means supporting it in such a way that we create environment that will make it acceptable, and then structure it in such a way that people that are in that space take it with pride, right? So if you're a mechanic, you should be proud that you're a mechanic, right? So if you are from some of trade, you should be proud that this is what you do. If you're a shoe builder, you should be proud that you're a shoe builder. And these are the things that we should start supporting in developing economies. That's the only way we can, quickly turn around things in developing economies. That is why I emphasize so much attention to MSCMEs, that we need to support the micro, small, and medium enterprises in development. These are the engine. They are the engine of developing economies. They need to be supported. They need to be encouraged. Various programs, financing programs, mentorship, and all that need to be incorporated. And any investment in these lines would be something that will impact the developing economies. And then we need to also quickly look at investment in leadership programs. I've also taken time to look at the fact that, of course, we could talk about tech, we could talk about digital skills, But then we should not forget this important area, which is an important soft skill that is lacking in most of the African countries, which is leadership. Most of our problems, as much as we want to celebrate them, that it could be a problem of the technology, it could be a problem of skill gap, any of this, of course they are true, but fundamentally, what I've discovered is that we have a problem of leadership in developing economies and in most African countries, because we do not understand impact leadership and transformational leadership. These are new things that are coming. So people are not ready for leadership until they assume leadership position. And when they get to leadership position, because they are not prepared to take leadership, they mix everything up. And then expectations and hopes are shattered because they are still learning to understand what it takes to lead. So leadership should be something that we should take seriously through mentorship programs, and then we should be able to have institutions that emphasize strongly on leadership programs. So I'm looking at a situation where investments should be put in to support having a leadership institute, colleges across various countries that are privately run in such a way that it benefits not just that the person is going to get money out of it, but is going to impact the people. And at the end of the day, you are building a capacity such that at any rate, because when you have bad leadership, there is nothing that could work in that system. Leadership is everything, like we know, and then that is why we need to get it right. I could take all the time to talk about leadership, because this is an area that I'm so passionate about to talk about when I speak to young people. But because I'm talking to a global community of people that are interested in investment, I'm telling them there is need for us to begin an aggressive, movement in engineering a great leaders of tomorrow for the developing nations that we are looking at for. So I'm looking at the whole space. I've coined a word that I called youth economies. Economies is a major driver to impacting developing economies. So I looked at the fact that the developing economies have one asset that is so great. So youth economies means the economics of youth. Is a concept that advocates for youth inclusion and participation in social and economic agenda. So if you look at the developing economies, you will see that the greatest asset today that we have is the large pool of young people, young population that we control. For instance, in Africa, youth make up more than 60% of the population. In Nigeria, over 70% of the Nigerian population are youth. So if you're looking at that, that is a great asset. But then also, experts have also said that it could be a problem if it's not managed. So as much as it creates an opportunity, it could also create a threat. And it becomes what we call in economics a resource cost. As much as it becomes a good thing if you do well, it can also be a Pakistan monster if it's not managed. So these are the things that we are going to quickly look at. This is why I coined the word youth economics, which means bringing youth into the business of economics, bringing youth into the business of politics, bringing youth into the business of anything that has to do with their future. As much as you're taking decisions for them, you need to include them in such decisions. So this is my own way of saying, if we are to improve the impact side of our investment, we need to make sure that we are looking at the people that are beneficiaries. Who are the beneficiaries? The young people and the generations unborn. So investment in youth empowerment, development, and inclusion will bring massive impact in developing economies with opportunities in entrepreneurship and manpower as byproduct, with an estimated African population of 800 million, of course, in 2030, when we target that the United Nations SDGs will be achieved. So if we are to achieve the United Nations 2030 SDGs mandate, including youth, especially for the developing economies that have this as an asset, should be paramount. And including them means supporting them and investing in them. Investing in them means area of human capital. As much as I did mention before that there is issue of brain drain, we could also, of course, convert that to brain gain. Brain gain in that we need now to understand that there is a whole lot that we could do here. Even those that have left could come back because they are now seeing that there is hope, in the system, and there is, a renewed strength in the system. We need to ensure that young people that should build these economies are not left to run. Even if they want to collaborate and work for other countries, they could do that, from the comfort of their homes when empowered. We now live in the global village. You don't necessarily need to leave your environment before you make an impact in any part of the world. So you could stay where you are and make an impact. These are the things that I have that made me coin this word youth economics, to address the fact that if you remove the youth from the equation, you would not achieve any meaningful impact. So making an impact in investment in developing economies will ensure supporting young people. In doing this, actually, it's not as if we've not been working. A lot of projects have been going on. People have been supporting. Investment have been coming in. A whole lot of investment this period has come into Africa and other parts of developing economies. The world is supporting, but then we need more support. In that, there is need to increase awareness and there is need to build more skills. Skill gap still remains a problem. So we have come up with a solution that is called UTDIA, and we are working on that. It's part of our own way of addressing the problem of skill gap, and then to support addressing the problem of youth unemployment. A community that I lead, Youth Up Global, a fast-growing social enterprise. We are in the business of developing human capital, creating social impactful opportunities, and building platforms for youth, especially in developing economies. And we have come up with this initiative to groom unskilled young people in developing economies and to provide them opportunities, give them access to have opportunities from across the globe. Today, we live in the global village, and then from anywhere you are, you can access opportunities wherever you are. So these are ways that we have looked at that we could support the investment. So in summary, if you would ask me, how do we make investment that will impact developing economies? I will tell you, invest in human capital development. Invest in human capital development. Invest in youth population, which is our greatest asset. If it's not invested, they are going to turn to become criminals. They're going to have bandits. They're going to have all the issues that will keep everybody awake. So these are the things that I've looked at, and I'm suggesting and pleading with the whole community and everybody hearing me today that there is an opportunity, a massive opportunity in investment in human capital development, in education, in technology that will bring inclusive opportunities for young people who are not fully represented at the moment. I want to pause here because of other speakers that would also be coming on board. I don't want to waste much of your time, but I see that there are a lot of opportunities therein. If we are serious about impact investment, it has to do with human capital development, fix skill gap, fix unemployment, give people empowerment opportunities, and then we are good to go. I think that is it. So you could also reach me. You could write me on these emails, and you could WhatsApp me with this number. I'm always ready to be part of this. I must appreciate the opportunity to speak and to add my voice to this ongoing discussion, which has to do with bringing impact and unlocking impact in developing economies. Thank you, the organizers. Thank you for the time given to me. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Faith, for that powerful session. You're doing an amazing job. Keep impacting more people, and looking forward to working with you in the future as well towards developing and mentoring more youth towards impact leadership and transformational leadership.
Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Next, we have a session on impact investing in the sustainable supply chain by Mr. Niket Karajagi. Mr. Niket is the Executive Director, Atyasa Consulting Private Limited. He is a VUCA resilience researcher, design thinking facilitator, mechanical engineer, and MBA in international business management with excellent credentials. He's an author, tech educator, podcaster, blogger, ICF accredited business coach, psychometrician, and an organization development facilitator with a keen interest in management sciences. He has trained and coached over 200,000 leaders and managers globally in various behavioral and management areas. He is actively prototyping design-centric business solutions in the area of complex human-centric problems for various organizations across domains. Over to you, Mr. Niket, for your session on impact investing in the sustainable supply chain. I think you will have to unmute. We are not able to hear you. Sorry for that. Mr. Nikit, you have to unmute. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Perfect.
Perfect. Good. All right. Thank you so much for inviting me over. Always a pleasure. I'm going to take exactly 15 minutes. And I've got some research available for you here. I'm going to get cracking straight away on that. I love this concept of the impact investment. So it's done. It's done for a noble cause. People are going to benefit from it. So I'm not going to be really talking too much on that. Just to tell you, I'm not wanting to introduce myself also because we'll get straight onto the content. I'm a business scientist. I'm a researcher. Last 22 years, I've committed myself to research. I belong to one of the most prestigious institutions in India, which is the Pune University, where my entire doctoral studies are right now going on. And me and my team are focusing completely on what is it that would make organizations successful. This particular conversation of mine is for two sets of people. One, who are creating organizations. Second, who are financing organizations. This entire slide of mine is the story that I'm going to give you in the next 15 minutes. Feel free to share it because we are on a mission right now. And in fact, post-pandemic, we've done so much of research. We've involved ourselves with so many organizations worldwide. What I'm going to tell you goes in line with the ethics of the research. We cannot tell you what we believe. We have to tell you what the research says. The research comes to you in two parts. One is our own industry research. Second is all the content that's available on different research centers. We've got it with us, and there's a lot of study going on right now in my organization. We work 24/7. We're so passionate about research. If you look at the supply chain right on the top, when we're talking about supply chains today in the circular economy, we're saying zero waste is what has to be attempted. And if we're going to attempt zero waste, what is it that we need to do? One, we've got to ensure there are three principles that go by it. One is the closing process, which means all the byproducts that our supply chains create, those byproducts must be given away to all the other supply chains in the ecosystem so that no material goes waste. Now, if organizations are designed based on the concept, they're going to run supply chains where everything that they produce and everything which they would otherwise dispose of as a waste, if that can go away to the other supply chains, that's the first thing where financing and funding should happen. The second principle that has to be followed is the narrowing process, where we are suggesting that please reduce the number of components that go in whatever you do. Now, even if you're running your organization for a social purpose, and if it's a product that you're creating, please look at it and decide what are those materials that you would be able to do away with, and so that you can limit the number of components that are being used. And the third part is very, very important, which is a slowing process, where you have to ensure that anything that you make will be used for a long, long time. I work a lot with automotive industry. And let me share, the future of automotive is you're going to have upgradable vehicles coming to you now, which means gone are those days when you have to invest in capital assets constantly. You're going to have just go down to the service station and say, I want this upgrade available. And then they go ahead and they do it for you. This is the way the new supply chain operates. However, let's also appreciate that we are now living in a world which is called VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. That's my area of research. The volatility is all about the entire flux that we live in. This flux will remain forever. However, I don't want to be pessimistic because the research also says that the flux is extremely profitable. If we are able to nurture intelligent experimentation, which is the design thinking process, if we are able to bring in design component into whatever we do, we're going to make massively profitable organizations. That's what the research says. Now, if you're looking at design, Design has existed since the 17th century. If you're looking at the steam, everything, all the processes that ran on steam, somebody designed it. Then electricity came, somebody designed it. Now we're talking about an area where we moved into the fourth industrial revolution, migrating from the third industrial revolution. We talked about metaverse. There was a speaker who spoke of metaverse. Now, if you look at all that, it requires design capabilities. So what are we saying? We're saying that your entire supply chain now is going to operate in a state of flux, which is volatility. It's going to be extremely uncertain, which means you do not know how to predict a change that your supply chain could go through or the supply chain may induce. Complexity, there's going to be so much information. You don't know how to handle that information. You're going to filter that information. And finally, there's ambiguity, which means earlier there used to be cause and effect for everything that we did. Now there is no cause and effect. And therefore, the only way out is intelligent experimentation. And when we talk about intelligent experimentation, what do we say? Go ahead, fail early, fail fast, get your prototypes in, test them statistically, and get going. So if the supply chains are exposed to the area of VUCA, there are three things that are flowing on the supply chains. One, there is the material moving. Second, there are the funds moving. And third, there is the information moving. Now, if you're looking at the VUCA space, humongous information. Therefore, we must have data scientists available with us, either contracted or within the organization. The material that's going to move, supply chains are going to be constantly disrupted now. And aren't we seeing that right now? Absolutely, we're seeing it. This phenomena will be there for the rest of our life, as long as we live. Supply chains will constantly go through disruption. That means there is a fundamental difference in the way supply chains were operated in the past and today. We talked about just-in-time earlier. Today, we talk about slack resources. And slack resources typically mean, please pick up whatever material you can, which you can run till the long winter exists. This is a lot of times people say in opposition to the circular economy, because circular economy talks about less of material being used. And here we're talking about slack inventory to be maintained. And that is where there is definitely some amount of research that's going in right now as to how the sustainable goals and how the VUCA element is going to work together. But we do have an answer for that. And the answer is, typically based on the product that you're working on, if you're able to create local circles of supply chain, which means you've got some amazing partners along with you, you'll be able to manage all your inventories for sure, because all supply chains today are operating in the space of ultimate supply chains where there are lots of partners. Choose your partners well. Investors who are getting into funding of organizations, please ensure whichever organization you fund, they have good partners. Good quality partners will create fascinating organizations. We are also now talking about a situation where supply chains have to be extremely resilient. I am a resilience researcher. If you're talking about resilient organizations, when we talked about funds moving on the supply chain, if you look at the graph there, you will see that the absorption part of the graph, which is pinkish in color, you've got to have enough cash and enough slack resources available to you to last the long winter. We've seen during the pandemic, all the organizations which had the money, and by the way, the research also says large organizations did have the money, but small and medium organizations did not have the money. And that's where the absorption process was very difficult for them. However, if you're able to design your organization in a way that it can absorb the shock effectively, and shocks will happen because of two reasons. The first one is the internal stresses within the supply chain, which entrepreneurs themselves create. So you've got to be very, very careful of that. And second is the noise that is created from the environment around us because of political instability, economic instability, social instability, technological disruption, and finally, the environmental and the legal part that comes in. All these dynamics are playing up, and therefore supply chains are under stress. But if you groom your team, and if you're a great designer as an entrepreneur, you can actually absorb and get your organization out into the green belt, where the research is saying that if you're effective in managing your resilience, you can become immensely profitable. We've seen that happen. In fact, in one of the researches that we were conducting in one of the organizations, We saw that over the last 6 years, we were able to get their resilience score up to 65% on the Net Promoter Score, and they grew by 73% during the pandemic. So there's definitely a correlation. Now, to do that, you'll have to get into the process of design thinking. I have been doing design thinking for the last 10 years or so. 42 business models currently out in the world based on design thinking. We don't teach design thinking, we prototype business models. If you look at the 5-step process of design thinking, and if you're able to design your supply chains based on that, the first part is empathy, where you go talk to your stakeholders, find out what is the area of pain that they're going through. Define the problem. Once you define the problem, because the stakeholder input has come to you and it's not your own input, that stakeholder input is actually the correct input. You define the problem. Once you've defined the problem, if you want your brain to work on opportunity, you're going to convert that definition of a problem into a definition of opportunity. Once you're focused on the opportunity, which is what is taking you into the green zone, that is when you sit down with your team, you sit down with your stakeholders and create ideas. Once you create ideas, then you pick up the low-hanging fruits, because in the world of VUCA, you cannot have a strategy which is more than 3 months now. Gone are those days when we talked about long-term strategies. Pick up the low-hanging fruits, create a prototype that couples with the environment, which is currently in process, so that you're able to maximize your gains from the environment. Be ready that the environment will change, and therefore your design thinking process is continual in its own way. Test your prototype statistically, and if the experiment is intelligent and it shows that the failures are minimum, we normally put a score of 85% NPS on any prototype. And if that is done, your test phase is passed and you're good to scale. Our research says that only design-centric organizations, which are highly resilient, are the ones that are going to succeed in the times that are coming. Now, let's also be very clear in terms of entrepreneurship and in terms of the funding that goes into the organization. The morbidity condition is going to deteriorate over a period of time, because what's going to happen is a lot of organizations are going to be actually closing down. Haven't we seen that happening with startups? We have. Why is that happening? Either they can't handle the information, or they don't have enough money to last, or they are compressing their inventories and stack resources so much that they can't get into the long winter that's there for them. This is the way the world is going to operate. So if you want to build sustainable supply chains, our research says, make your teams resilient, pick up the right partners, pick up people who are exceptionally good. You cannot have people who are not good in terms of resilience and in terms of the expertise. If you're able to do that, and if you're able to nurture design within your system, you're good to go. That's my 15-minute conversation. Thank you so much. I hope it benefits everybody here. Anytime you need any help, I'm absolutely there, available all over the internet. You can just search for Niket Karasgi and I'm there. Thank you so much, Aparna. It was a pleasure being with all of you. I stick to my commitment of 15 minutes. You got your 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Niket, for that very informative and very important presentation on impact investing in the sustainable supply chains. I'm sure our viewers might have found great value from the session. Thank you so much for keeping the time. Especially, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And next we have the session, Equity and Inclusion as an Axis of Power by Queen Elizabeth Edwards. Queen Elizabeth Edwards is the founder of Tech for Her Africa and Inspiria Soft Company. She is an ex-UN Youth Ambassador, Miss Africa Ambassador, and one of the top 5 female techpreneurs in Africa, as featured on CNN's Women in Tech Africa. Growing up as a student, she loved mathematics, science, and computer. She is very fascinated on how simple codes can solve real human problems. With a computer and internet connection, Elizabeth self-taught on coding, design, and apps just 1 year after graduating from the university in 2011. She graduated from Fate Foundation, Google Academy, Microsoft Academy in 2015. She has over 10 years of experience in digital innovation. Over to you, Queen Elizabeth Edwards, for your session on equity and inclusion as an axis of power.
Thank you so much. Please, can you hear me?
Your voice is breaking. I can see your presentation, but are you there? I can see your signal is red. So some network issue.
Okay. Just give me a second. Yes, I'm here.
Yes, I can hear you.
Is it better now? Sorry.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and I'm so glad to be here. And please confirm that you can hear me before I go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you so much for this session, and I'm so honored and excited to be presenting today. And I'm just going to stick with the 15 minutes. And my name is Elizabeth Edwards, and thank you for that introduction. So quickly, let me just go through like a background to what we do, what I do at Tech for How with my team. So I'm talking about equity.
Ms. Elizabeth?
As an axis of power. Just a second. Now, I just want to talk about the. Hello, can I go on?
Yes, you can go
can
on.
I go on?
I think there was some network.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay, so the conversation around sustainable development started in 1970. And can I go on? I hope you can hear me, please.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So now, so a general overview of sustainable development at that time in 1970 when the conversation started. So there were some dysfunctions with resources such as climate change, forcing for resources, going social inequalities. So this kind of drew attention to the need to integrate social equity and ecological prudence into models of economic development. Now, these are like the pillars and principles of sustainable development. So in 1980, the president of the World Commission on Environment and Development gave the sustainable development concept a redefinition so that development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to answer things. Now, the three pillars of sustainable development are economic efficiency, social equity, environmental quality. Now, the four principles are solidarity at all levels, countries, people, generations, etc., and the sharing of planet resources. A precautionary principle taken into the decision making. Then, thirdly, a participation of each, and fourth point, a responsibility of all. Yes. Now, now diving into equitable economic development towards collaborative problem solving. If you look at my diagram on the left, equality, like you're giving everybody the same resources or platform. Well, it may not meet them at the point where you actually channel the resources required by a certain target group, right? So what is equity? Equity is just and fair inclusion into a society in which all can participate, prosper, and reach their full potential. So attaining equity requires eliminating barriers and providing people with the optimal opportunity to thrive. Yes, so I don't want to bore you with similar definition, but let me take this. Equitable development is an approach to meet the needs of undeserved communities and individuals through projects, programs, and policies that reduce disparities while fostering places that are healthy, vibrant, and diverse. So let me just run through these So there was this framework that kind of structured a conversation around equity. So we have the procedural equity, distributional equity, structural equity, where you engage people in the process, in the considering distribution of resources. You are prioritizing those with highest need. In terms of structure, you are taking into decision, institutionalizing structures that that is inclusive of different groups in the community. Then you talk about transgenerational equity, looking at future generation, the impact, then transformational equity. I find this very interesting because it has to do with not just having programs like running routine programs, but actually transforming societies internally, and then it comes out externally. Yes, so key takeaways: equitable economic development unlocks the full potential of the local economy by dismantling barriers and expanding opportunities for low-income people in communities of color. Okay, now this is what we should look at equity and development. We're looking from race blind to race conscious, from trickle down to trickle up community wealth generation, from trophy projects to neighborhoods connected to the regional economy, from costly business attraction to growing from within, from any jobs to quality jobs for workers without barriers, from GDP growth to rising living standards for low wealth residents, from closed door deal making to public accountability. Then attaining equity requires eliminating barriers at all levels. Okay, see, this is a case study. Let me just run through quickly. It's a data from the National Equity Atlas based on Portland. And if you look at the graph, it's not so clear. I'm so sorry for that. But if you look at the graph, the gray plot shows the, I don't want to discuss race here, but I want to pass the point here. So like the white, you have 84%. That's as small business owners compared to other ways. Sorry. Then on the other hand, we have the small business owners. They're like 44%, 54%, and you have the race of founders of U.S. venture-backed startups that are like 87% white, 12% Asian, 1%. So is just imagine we have higher numbers in terms of participation with their uniqueness, their unique resources, contributions. So it makes it a more beautiful picture for everyone. So now from exclusion to inclusion, many people are excluded from community because they are seen as different in some way. People with disabilities, people with different skin colors, people from different countries, people with diverse ideologies. Now, inclusion is an outcome to ensure that there are diverse, that the diverse in the community are actually, they feel welcome and accepted. Sorry, I missed something there. So now, inclusion outcomes are met when you, your institution, and your program are truly inviting to all. Yes. Now, how do we achieve powerful economies in Africa through equity and inclusion? First, human capital index. This is based on the World Bank course. I took that course and it was very, it was on future of work and the future of work. And we talked about human capital index, especially in Africa, where you, for instance, you have 84% informal informality. Talking about the informal sector. Yes, so the index is designed to highlight how improvement in current education and health outcomes. So the human capital index is focused on education and health level of the population. So ideally, everyone should have access to basic education and health facilities. When you're healthy and you have education, you have a greater propensity to contribute to your community, to be successful. Yes, and number two, you have the social protection. Workers in emerging economies face lower payoffs to work experience than their counterparts in advanced economies do. So, for example, in Netherlands and Sweden, one additional year of work raises wages by 5.5%. In Africa, the corresponding figure is about 0.3. Now, the third point here is investing in social inclusion. So the current legal, social, and geographic constraints also negatively affect women, marginalized groups, and rural workers disproportionately, creating inequities and economic losses. Yes, so rounding up, achieving powerful economies in Africa through equity and inclusion. Into 3 priority areas. So decreasing information and more high trainings, and secondly, removing blockages to women in the workplace. Number 3, enhancing training for agricultural workers. Yes, so this is a second case study that will bring me to what we do at Tech4R. I hope you can hear me, please.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I have 5 minutes more, about 5 minutes more. So the second case study is on women. I'm sorry, this was a wrong highlight. It's supposed to talk about women, but I'm just going to go through it. So it's just trying to, this takes us to, I want to focus on women. So in the world, according to the UN Women Statistics, based on a sample of 186 countries, 62.8% of extreme poor women live in sub-Saharan Africa, 20.9% in Central and Southern Asia. And you can really know that data. So it calls for alarm. For instance, in Nigeria, 50% of business people in Nigeria are women, but alas, you have a very high rate of poverty still amongst women. So you ask that, why is that the case? Right. So the conclusion at my organization, Tech4Africa, we are working to foster inclusive growth by empowering these vulnerable groups, women and children, through our targeted support measures. Now, I'm just going to do a quick presentation of Tech4Africa, what we do in less than 5 minutes. Just a second. I hope you can see my screen. Tech4Africa.
I'm still, yeah, Tech4Africa. I can see.
Okay. So Tech4Africa, what we do at Tech4Africa is to expand economic opportunities for women and girls. So we are looking at, I'm going to present that quickly. We're currently active in Nigeria, Ghana, Nairobi, Zambia, and some other African countries. We have we call them country ambassadors in those countries. So we reach out to both the rural, the suburban, and urban. Yes, so we have a model that we do. So, only 15% of junior college girls make choices for science and technology subjects, your level and in the university. Now, it's very important that women also participate in the fields of science and engineering, and STEM fields, because these are areas that are essential for innovation and economic growth. Yes. Okay, the next slide. So our drive is to increase the representation of women in technology positions, right? So women account for fewer than 20% of ICT specialists in developing economies, and has been estimated that from 2015, 90% of formal employment, I'm looking at my time, across all sectors will require ICT skill. So we are driven to create and expand more economic opportunities for girls and women by providing them with STEM knowledge, skills, tools, and mentoring, leveraging the power of technology. Now, the SDG goals that aligns with what we do are the goal 4, quality education, providing quality education to improve people's lives and sustainable development. Number 5, achieve gender equality and empower women and girls. Goal 10, reduce inequality within and among countries. Goal 8, promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth. When you unlock the potentials of women, just imagine that wonderful result that we have in our economy. So full and productive employment and decent work for all. Yes. Now, program outcome, what we aim to achieve by what we do. So we have trainings, we have mentoring programs, we have just a lot of that. So number one, to launch a career path in STEM and tech. Number two, to competently enter STEM jobs, launch a startup, adapt tech skills to their current profession. So we're looking at, if you're a fashion designer, you need to know how tech connects to what you do as a fashion designer, and you can also start a career in technology. Yes, so we have Digital Business Coding Academy, where we teach women how to digital skills, like digital literacy, to what they do. For instance, there's a program we organize at communities where we like get your business online for market women. And yeah, so we're working to be the largest technology academy for females in Africa. And yes. Now, our project partners, we work with, sorry, this content does not match for that. Okay, yeah. We work with IBM Africa, Microsoft Education, American Corner, West Africa Global AI Hub. So these wonderful partners support with resources and facilities for us to run our trainings. Now, okay, Global AI Hub, I think that's all. Thank you for being here and thank you for listening. We look forward to want to partner with us. We have a project 2030. You can check our website for more information. Thank you so much. Thank you for organizers for this wonderful platform to add our voice, and God bless you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Elizabeth Edwards, for that important session on equity and inclusion as an axis of power. Thank you so much for joining this summit. Before we end day 2 of the Global Impact Investment Summit 2022, let's listen to another very important session by His Excellency Ambassador Olusegun Aina on maximizing your impact. His Excellency Ambassador Olusegun Aina is the Country Director and West Africa Coordinator, Board Member, US Africa Trade Council and Chairman, US Africa Trade Council and Chairman Economic Council, Kogi State, Nigeria. He is a development economist and impact investing specialist. He is a strategist with professional competency in building high-impact market relevant skills for economic development, creating employment and promoting economic growth in Africa. He currently serves on the boards of several organizations nationally and internationally. Over to you, His Excellency Olusegun Aina, for your session, Maximizing Your Impact.
A profound appreciation for having me, and thank you so much as always. I am more than happy to be here today. And my sincere apology, I couldn't take my session yesterday, and all inconveniences highly regretted. But I'm here now, just take a couple of minutes to quickly, present what I have, and I'm sure it's going to be beneficial to anyone that stumble into that. So I don't know if I can share my screen directly, so I can. Okay.
Yes,
great.
you can.
Yes, excellent. Okay, so I will be speaking on maximizing impact. So thank you so much once again, Madam Apana, for that very wonderful and eloquent introduction of my humble self. I'm not a stranger to the house. I'm always more than happy to be part of the great and the phenomenal work that is being done at GCPIT. So again, it's an honor to be here. But just quickly, let me just run through the maximizing impact. Impact is something I have so much passion about. When you talk about impact investing, is one thing we do every day. It's one thing that we're using to drive economic growth and economic development in Africa and other areas. So what does it mean? Impact investing, basically, what does that mean? Impact investing can be, explained to as an investment made into companies, organizations, and funds with intention to generate social and environmental impact alongside a financial return. And then the moment social and environmental impact are not achieved in any impact investing, then such investment falls short of the basic concept of economic development. So that's why impact investing is something that is very important. It's something that is very key and very germane, to the survival of any emerging economy. So for me, impact, the power of impact is about creating impact across the sphere.
Sorry to interrupt, His Excellency. Can you please put it in slideshow mode? Because it's not full screen.
Okay. Can you see me now full screen?
Not yet.
Slideshow,
you can go to slideshow and then slide. Perfect. Now it's okay.
Okay, thank you. So for me, power of impact is more about ensuring that everyone within the sphere of a community, has a taste of economic activities. So be it animal, be it human being, it must cut across. Impact must be seen from the social and the environment perspective of the economic ecosystem. So what are the limitations of maximizing impact within impact investing market and wider financial market? Perhaps basically it's more of increased number of factors in the market which must have led to these and to an increased number of investors chasing same scarce deals. In turn, what that means is that investors report that valuations have recently inflated. So again, if you take a look at that, you look at shallow secondary markets, which exhibit the weak exit prospect. And not only that, we also look at different difficult challenges within the ecosystems on how to find the right funders, the right investors who are realistic in terms of their expectations and that can align basically with the nature of impact investing as an investment strategy. And that for us is very important. And so if you're looking at that, it has forced basically investment funds to grapple with international investors whose expectations not necessarily, sometimes match what is on ground in terms of the realities. So there are different levels of limitations, which ranges up to local funding, which is also very crucial to maximize capital and to identify a broader pool of potential deals and to match expectations with in-market knowledge. So there are different levels of limitations, but what is very important here is largely has to do with identifying some kind of local investors, local pool of capital that small growing businesses can access, to catalyze their growth. So how can impact be maximized? How do we maximize impact? And for me, it's more about looking at very critical points that can maximize the level of impact in terms of how investment, can go around, how small growing businesses can access funding opportunity, and how they can catalyze their growth. So one of them is the recognition of impact capital as an investment strategy. We must recognize impact capital as an investment strategy. The reason is because it enables more stringent definition of what can be classified as impact capital, and as well in terms of the benefit from potential impact capital incentives, which mitigate risk of impact washing and ensuring that impact investors maintain high standard across all levels. Number two, it provides assurance to impact investors that their activities are recognized and regulated, clarifying the ability to utilize the protections extended to other investment strategies and to specific asset classes, which again, impact investors, they deploy as capital in form of private equity, venture capital, or in form of even debt, for social enterprises and for small growing businesses. And lastly, on this part, it requires impact investors to have a formal and well-developed impact metrics that are measured and reported regularly. It must be measured, something measurable, something that can be reported, something that anybody can see and be able to, understand the level of impact capital, which again, like I said, it must be an investment strategy to drive impact investing across, emerging economies. So in continuation of that, another also challenge is the failure of regulators to recognize the impact stage investing as an investment strategy, which is present, frequently cited challenge. So the regulators don't understand that early stage investment and how they can grow Perhaps they focus themselves more on the big four, big five organizations who perhaps are very strong in terms of their liquidity, but not recognizing the early stage investment, the small growing businesses who are coming on board. So as well, the regulatory authorities, they do not also recognize impact capital as a separate investment strategy that can be deployed across various asset classes. Nevertheless, some frameworks are often in place around venture capital and private equity that could be applied to impact capital transactions. So the regulatory authorities must begin to see impact investing. At some point, a couple of years ago, it was totally new to them. They do not understand the world of impact investing and what it means. So they are used to the conventional investment banking, the commercial banking, and all of that. But for impact investing, there must be a way to measure the level of impact as it reflects on the social environment and all of that. And lastly here, such recognition could facilitate regulators and policymakers' ability to target impact capital with tailored policy interventions unique to impact capital. And this also can be distinct from wider commercial debt, like I mentioned earlier, and other form of debt or equity investment activity, as we see, in the conventional commercial bank and investment banks all over the world. So another very important part on how to maximize impact is a drive demand side competitiveness and attractiveness through policy reforms. We must carry out a serious policy reforms around impact investing because it creates some level of uncertainty. So policy uncertainty and lack of cohesion, it makes it more difficult for businesses to become competitive and limit their willingness and ability to accept financing from third parties. So policies can help drive demand by removing regulatory barriers that reduce the competitiveness of certain sectors and inhibit business growth. So certain sectors of the economies, maybe in the agricultural sector, in the mining sector, perhaps also in the renewable energy sector, some of this impact investing are totally new to them. And so it's some of us or some of the experts within the impact investing industry who are now working with the policymakers to adjust or to see how policy can begin to align, with the emerging trend within the impact investment, impact investing scenarios in a way that all of this can be seen. And another point also is that it will allow investors to shape suitable regulatory responses over time that balance risk and reward. Risk and reward are very important critical elements in impact investing. So there's also a significant opportunity to target more industry-specific policy issues on sector-by-sector basis. And this will require a greater effort to prioritize industries based on their commercial viability. And that has to do with how much new impact investing will take place in the absence of regulatory issues and based on how likely it is that it could advance the policy agenda. So quite a number of conversations around policy issues and regulatory authorities, which again, it must be a new level of engagement, with the players within the impact investing scenario to be able to ensure that policies are done to be able to accommodate the new trends that are evolving within the impact investing community. Another very important part is also there must improve the ecosystem of accelerators, hubs, and incubators, where the small growing businesses are still, incubating the ideas, they are still expanding, evolving. So the sparse pipeline of investment-ready business produces a strong constraint on the impact investing sector, while a range of hubs and incubators run programs targeted at growing businesses. There's a little coordination among ecosystem actors, and information about the elements needed to help businesses to reach their self-sufficiency is generally lacking. So a lot of the small growing businesses are still struggling to reach their self-sufficiency level. And it's important that we begin to maximize the opportunities that are available within the impact investing industry so that these small growing businesses can begin to grow, as they grow geometrically, they can begin to catalyze growth and maximize every of the opportunities that are available within that sector. And the second part is a research and advocacy effort, which will inform the sector and also encourage more optimal distribution of funding that addresses the current gaps and minimizes overcrowding in the incubator space. A lot of small growing businesses are still in the ideating stage. They are still in the incubation period. In other words, they are still struggling to understand how to move away from that ideating stage in a way where they can move to a point where they can begin to make money, make income, generate revenue, and then, create a lot of impact within their immediate environment. And so these efforts, will require close engagement with the development communities that are currently formed, such as programming and with the business development service providers themselves. So all of the incubation centers, all of the folks who are working within the acceleration centers must begin to see impact investing as another opportunity that can catalyze growth within the ecosystem of the small growing businesses. And I think last one here, if not second to the last, is to improve focus on systemic institution level capacity building. So we must increase the capacity building of the small growing businesses within the sector. So the capacity of government institutions to design and implement policy changes is often a critical factor that determine policy impact. So many of the recommendations outlined, in the previous section that I've mentioned, hinge on stronger institutional capacity. So we must build a very strong institutional capacity for the small growing businesses, for the social enterprises, and a lack of impact capital research has also led to significant gaps in such capacity, and few actors have engaged in providing system-level technical assistance. And I think lastly on this point also is that there is therefore a great need to provide targeted support to key institutions, which in turn will enable the advancement of other recommendations that are outlined above, technical assistance facilities that are currently operating within the investors, who will also be encouraged to expand their focus across different areas of the impact investing network. There are also opportunities to expand the role of existing government policies. Just for example, in Nigeria now, we have the Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission that is doing quite a lot around impact investing. Within this space as well, we have development partners, the Development Bank of Nigeria, the International Finance Corporation, the Nexim Bank, and a couple of all of these development agencies who could consider providing such support, to ensure adequate capacity building that reaches the relevant parties. So basically, we have to maximize the impact within the impact investing space for small growing businesses, for social enterprises, because they have adequate capacity to be able to ensure that they form an integral part of economic development or the economic growth of any organization or of any emerging economy. So there's quite a lot to discuss within the impact investing space, but within the limited ambit of time I have here, I've been able to pull these few things together. And I hope that at some point, there will be further conversations on how to maximize the impact within the impact investing space and how small growing businesses, social enterprises can begin to leverage on the avalanche of opportunities that exist within that space. Again, I want to thank you most kindly for giving me the opportunity to share these few thoughts this afternoon, while I look forward, to greater opportunities in the nearest future, where we can sit one-on-one and have all of this engagement, and then be able to support all of the small growing businesses across the world who are still struggling and grappling with economic growth in a way that they can catalyze growth that is needed to create jobs, to end hunger, and to drive a lot of inclusion within their ecosystem. Thank you so much for having me, and I really appreciate that. Do have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Ambassador Olusegun Aina, for that very important session on the power of impact, the limitations we face, and also how to maximize impact within the impact investing market. Thank you for all your support, GCPIT till now, and thank you for joining us today and enlightening us with your experience. Thank you. Before closing, let me invite the Global Director General, Global Alliance of Angel Investor and Venture Capital Network, Ms. La Juana Chambers Lawson, to speak a few words as a closing remark on day 2. Over to you, Ms. La Juana. Are you there, LJ? I think she's not there. So with that, we end day 2 of this summit. Wow, another powerful day with powerful speakers, with powerful sessions. We have completed 2 days of our summit, and still we have one more day to go as we learn more about impact investing. We had a few technical issues today, but I believe challenges are part of life. Please join us tomorrow as we bring another set of powerful speakers with their powerful sessions on impact investment. I'm sure this is a topic you don't want to miss. we at GCPIT are doing our part in whatever and whichever ways we can to save our planet. Hope you will too. Our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Mr. Ben Banerjee, and all our powerful speakers who joined us today and enlightened us and enriched us with their knowledge. Thank you to our impact investment partner, Tacit Growth Strategies LLC, for their unconditional support in this summit. And a big thank you to all our viewers who have joined us on all our social media to listen to these powerful sessions. Thank you, dear friends. Thank you, dear council members. Without your support, this event would not have been possible. And that's all for today. Join us tomorrow, same time. Till then, this is Aparna G. Kumar signing off. Take care. Bye-bye. Have a good day, good evening, good afternoon, good night. See you all tomorrow, which is our last day of Global Impact Investment Summit. Thank you.